Hey, if you have a red bred and owned bull, they need to be in the makeup arena and checked in now. There's not but 20 of them, and we ain't slowing down for you today, folks. This is your show. It's your responsibility solely to be on time for your own class. We'll go ahead and say that up front today. Remind you that the live stream is up, that you've got little feet that can run up here and ask questions about what class is in the ring, but we will not be slowing down today. We've got Bred and Owned Day, arguably the most important day of the All-American, and we'll get it started as we do every day at the All-American by offering thanks to our Lord and Savior and appreciation for our country. Gentlemen, if you'd remove cover, if you'd stand as you are able, bow your heads. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you on this day of all days for the freedoms that all the men and women who have died and fought and bled and marched and protested for us to enjoy today. On this 250th anniversary of our country, Lord, let us not forget that your name was invoked in every one of our founding documents and was called on by name by every one of those founders and every one of us who has come since then. Lord, we thank you for the freedom that we have to assemble, the freedom we have to worship you in public, the freedom we have to move about our country and advocate and offer stewardship for this great and noble breed of cattle that we love. Lord, on this day as well, we'd ask and thank you for all those leaders, all those breeders that came before us, for the spirit of J.W. Sartwell and Walter Hudgens, Henry Parton, Obre Marceau, Eligio Garcia, and all the thousands and thousands that have followed them. Lord, we'd ask that you give us all traveling graces as we return to our homes the next 2 days. Please forgive us where we fail you. Make us always slow to anger, quick to forgiveness, and ever mindful of your grace that comes through your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ, in whose name we pray. And all the people said, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We're ready for a Red Bull show, I believe, here on Bred and Owned Day. Absolutely. In the spirit of yesterday, let's clap it up. Let's offer appreciation for these kids today. These are the results of their own projects. Don't forget that all day long. Whether you bought a heifer or raised a heifer, you had to keep her back, breed her, make that choice and decision, and then raise a calf good enough to come back to the All-American. And we're going to have a ring full of them this morning.
Well, good morning, and what a way to start out our Red Show today. It's going to be a good morning. It's an awesome day. It's the 250th birthday of America. I think it's not a better place to be than sorting through American cattle, through these kids. You got Mr. Sartwell up there talking all day. You'll get to listen to me talk a lot, but it's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a hot one. We're going to get through them, but it's going to be a really, really fun day to start. I think the young lady's bull calf that's going to start off, I think is just the most complete, the most balanced, and the most ready here at this time. He's the softest in his center 1/3. He's the stoutest in his feature. He's the most correct in his foot shape. He's a little square from hooks to pins and offers just a little bit more product than the one right and second. Nice bull to start off. Young lady's bull there in the middle, the younger bull in the group. I think that one has a world of future. I like the flexibility that he shows. I like the look that he shows. Just want to raise him in that pin set a little bit. Maybe just give him a little bit more power. But he's young and he'll get there. But that's a nice bull there to be in second. The length and extension of the young lady's bull here in third is incredible. His growth, his weight per day of age is pretty impressive. He's super long bodied. He's up-headed. He has an awesome look. He just gets a little out of place here. He's a little piecey. He's a little really tight there behind his hump. He just doesn't have the overall power and dimension that the one that wins the class maybe just doesn't have. He just doesn't get out with enough bafe width. He wants to kind of get a little rope walky on those rear too. So that's the two things I want to fix him to move him up. But a really nice trio of bulls to start off our Red Bull show. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you very much. Your placings in Class 1 Bred and Owns. First place, 1084 MN No Limits, Mr. Buckaroo Rojo. Mackenzie No from Gordon, Texas. Second generation member, a bred and owned in her own right. There you go, youngin'. The cavalry has arrived. Second place to 168, Quinn Paget from Grand Chenier, Louisiana. And third place to 1305, Scarlett Lovacott from Rosebud, Texas. Move now to class number 2. Red Bulls calve November and December of 2025. We've got 4 of them. Your book's correct as printed.
Another really good class, and a lot of differences in type and kind. And I think the most complete, the more dense, the more moderate, more functional bulls here, the one that we're going to start off with. I appreciate is just extreme power when you get behind him. He has the most red meat. He's the softest in his center wood third, and he's still really good on the move. When he moves, he gets out and he grabs the ground really good. His feet hit the ground correctly, and he still offers an awesome look up front. And so I think that's a really, really nice bull there to start off in this class. Pretty good class winner there. The young lady's bull in second. That one's a little bit more elevated and a little bit more extended and offers a little bit more look, and I appreciate that. He doesn't have as much center body. He doesn't have as much overall red meat as our class winner. You just want to take him in a little bit there at the point of shoulder maybe. He just gets a little bit open there, but I think that's a super good bull to be there in second. I do like the look and how well shown that one is. I think it's a close placing here between 3 and 4. I like the extra stoutness of feature. I like the extra foot and bone that the young man's bull in third is going to give us, and still gives you a good look. Comparison to those two right ahead, maybe doesn't have the overall mass, meat, or lower stifle as the two right ahead, but a nice bull there to be in third. A little more compact addition of the one right in front, a little bit frailer at the ground, maybe just doesn't handle his hind leg with much authority as those three right ahead. Gets a little shorter strided as you see him walk out the ring, but that is a good one that's soft in his center one third. Nice class of bulls, two interesting ones there at the top.
Your placings in class number 2, first place to 1101, BKB Mr. Red Baron, 127 with a 1, Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Second in class to 2040, CJ Bar, Mr. Rogelio, 17, Claire Jalufka, Sulphur Springs, Texas. Third place to 111, Cody Davis from Lake Harbor, Florida. And fourth place to 1768, Lena Brignac, Bunkie, Louisiana. You're keeping a book here in class number 3, 2175 is a scratch. We have 2 head in this class, born during October and September of 2025. Drive is next. First and second place winners in the Red Bull Show and in the Gray Bull Show. We'd ask you throughout the day, do not leave the makeup arena because we will matriculate through this show at a pretty good pace.
Another high quality class winner in this young man's bull here, and one you can see that's just big and stout and rugged kind of a bull, big featured, stout from Indiana. You know, he's not perfect in the way he handles himself on those front two. He wants to turn out a little bit. He's a little bit more restricted there right behind his hump, but it just within this duo, he's the softest. He offers the most product. I think that's a nice class winner. Young man's bull in second, a little bit more conservative in his size. I do love his smoothness from the side. I like just the balance that he offers you. He just gives up a little bit in total power, mouse and pounds to our class winner. You just want to see him get out and go just a little bit better, but 2 nice bulls there. We'll see him back out here in your drive.
Thank you, Mr. Oates. First place in class number 3 is 1092, Mr. SB7N Dior's Polled Prodigy, Ryan Mackey Simpson from Rio Hondo, Texas. Second in class to entry 1778, Mr. Wilbert, 1 with a 2, Riker Addington from Bunkie, Louisiana. We'll now have our calf champion drive here in Bred and Owned Red Bulls.
A really nice first division, and in our first class there was a really nice trio in there. We used the most complete, most balanced, the bull that had the most product to win that. You know, he gets out here, I don't know if he is man enough for a couple down the line, but that's a good calf there to win that first class. That pair that came out of that second class, although different in type and kind, extremely high quality. You had a dense made, moderate, big-bodied one that gets out and moves really, really good, and then you had one over there that had plenty of product and some awesome look up front. But that was a super good pair of bulls right there. And then the two bulls that came out of that last class, completely different in type and kind. We talked that we love the extra power, the extra softness as our class winner, but we want to redesign him in the way he handles himself out of that front end. He wants to splay out a little bit when you ask him to get out and go. In my opinion, it's a pretty logical placing. The two out of that middle class, you're going to be your calf and reserve calf champion. Congratulations to those two young ladies.
Calf champion, red bred known bull, entry 1101, BKB, Mr. Red Baron, 127 with a 1. Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas, aboard. And CJ Barr, Mr. Rogelio, 17. Entry 2040 from Claire Jalofka was reserve. Move on down into the intermediate division, a class of 1, a class that did not make, and a class of 2. Then intermediate drive.
A really nice single entry that this young man brings us, just super long body, level down his top, up-headed, has some presence. He's got some extra rib. He's got some stoutness about him. When you ask him to go, you may want to redesign him on those rear two, give him a little bit more flex, let him handle those rear two a little better. But I think that's a really nice single entry. We'll see him back out here within our division drive.
First place in class number 6, the August 5th bull from Jackson Smith from Maringouin, Louisiana, Mr. J.S. Radiant Rouge, 427 with the 5. There's a single entry in your book in class 7. That bull is scratched. So we'll move now to class 8. We'll move to a May the 2nd and a May the 3rd. If you're keeping your book, again, scratch the first 2 entries in class number 8.
interesting duo here in our summer class, and I think you could go back and forth either way, because I think both of these need to be fixed structurally, and that's what we're just going to call their structure and the way they get out and move a wash. So from there, you kind of got to see what you kind of get your priorities lined up. The bull that's a little bit bigger, a little bit more level down his line, handles his spine just a little bit better, is a little bit more powerful from behind his hump. It's going to be the young lady's bull we're going to lead off with. I'm going to tell you, he's not the coolest looking. He's not the most extended. He gets a little gemmed up in his front 1/3, but I like his balance. I like the extra mass and extra body he has. Like I said, it's a wash either way with these two in terms of structure and the way they move, but I just like the balance. I like the way this one handles his spine, and that's why he's going to win this class. The young lady's dark Red Bull. I like the dark pigmented thing. I like that he's got some extra stoutness of feature. He is better looking up through his front 1/3, but he gets a little washed out right behind his hump. He handles his spine just a little bit weird, and like I said, I'm not going to call structure on either one of them because they both need to be fixed, but this one does need to really get out and go off those rear two and handle his pastern a little bit better to get across that one that's going to lead off. Interesting pair, really, really close placing. Good job on those two young ladies.
First place went to Diamond E. Goldie's Butters, 12 with a 2. Gracie Sewell from Henderson, Texas. Second place to 262 HCC, Mr. Lil John Grayson Hensey from Brenham, Texas. Give us just a second. Gracie's back around. We're ready to roll. Let's set a drive for you. We had our winner out of the August class, Mr. J.S. Radiant Rouge, 427 with a 5, bred and owned by Jackson Smith from Maringouin, Louisiana. He's the first one through. That was a single entry. And then the May Bulls, first place is Diamond E. Goldie's Butters, 12 with a 2, from Gracie Sewell from beautiful Henderson, Texas. And reserve class champion was exhibited by Grayson Hensey.
Another good division and small in numbers, and we talked all these already. The young man with the younger bull, that's a good looking one, level down his top. Want to change him in the way he handles those rear two, but the same thing has to be said about the next two also. Both of these older bulls need to be changed in the way they handle their rear two, but I just prefer the extra mass, power, and performance out of those two. So the two older bulls are going to be champion and reserve within this particular division. Congratulations to all three of the exhibitors.
Intermediate champion bred and owned Red Brahman bull is Diamond E. Goldie's Butters, 12 with a 2. Reserve champion, oh, that's Gracie Sewell from Anderson, Texas. Grayson Hensey from Brenham, Texas. And Lil John are your reserve division. We'll move now into the April yearlings here in the junior division. We'll have a single entry here in the first class.
A nice single entry to start off our junior division here, and one that could stand some competition. It's a good bull. He gets out and moves nice. He balances up nicely. He's not going to overpower you in terms of muscle, but he's a good built bull, handles himself on the go. A bull that I think will hold his own when we get him out here in division. Congratulations to that young man.
That is entry 1179, Mr. Bar N Blaze, 8 with a 5. Gavin Barrett from Highway, Louisiana. Congratulations, Gavin. Step back around because we'll have a division after the next class. Next up is a class of 2. There is a null class in here Class 13's in the ring, a January the 14th and a February 13th, 2025.
I think a pretty easy place to start within this pair of bulls. The moderate, big-bodied, dense one, you get behind him and he has a ton of red meat. He still offers a really, really good look. He's big in terms of his foot size, in terms of his bone. You like that about him. You may want to transition him a little bit better from shoulder to forearm, but that's being ultra picky on one that has so many unique pieces, and he's going to be really, really fun to get him back out here. Young man's bull coming in second. I prefer the way this one lays into his shoulder better than our class winner, and I love his length and extension up through that front 1/3. But from there back, he just runs out of gas to go against that class winner. He doesn't have the extra center body. He doesn't have the extra muscle, foot, or bone that our class winner does. Gets a little bit narrow base when you ask him to come and go away from you, but a nice bull there to have to be in second. It's two really nice bulls, really, really top-notch class winner. It'll be fun to get them back out here within this division.
First place in Class 13 goes to LGL Baron 18, Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Second in Class to 626, Mr. R.F. Pold Rooster, 15 with a 5, Rhett Fontenot from Welsh, Louisiana. Let's have Mr. Gavin Verrett back in now, and we'll do a drive here in the junior division. First one through is Mr. Barian Blaze, 8 with the 5. Again, Gavin comes to us from Iowa, Louisiana. Lily Larson with LGL Baron 18 won the second class. That's in April and January. The February second place out of Class 13, exhibited by Rhett Fontenot.
Another good division with fewer numbers, and our first class winner, single entry, just a good built bull. Nice solid entry, one that's super complete, and he gets out and moves really good. He maybe doesn't have the extras as the bull behind him, but that's a good bull there. The young lady's bull that wins class 2, he did so in a pretty handedly fashion, in my opinion, in just terms of sheer raw power, body, foot and bone, and still offers that kind of look. I think he's a pretty logical division winner for me. It gets a little bit closer from our second place to that young lady and to our class winner up front, but I like the extra power and the base width of our first class winner, so we're going to keep our two class winners together. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Lily Larson wins junior champion red and a Brahman owned, bred and owned bull. That's a lot of words. Junior champion, red, bred and owned, Brahman bull. That's Lily Larson, entry 294. And the reserve was 1179, Mr. Bar in Blaze, 8 with a 5. Gavin Barrett from Iowa, Louisiana. A very popular choice in the south end of the stands. We have a single entry here in Class 16. Then we'll have a Class of 3, and then we're into a drive, and then the big drive.
Another good single entry here. This young man brings us just a good complete bull. One that handles himself really good on the move. He's flexible in the rear joints. He's good at the ground in terms of his pastern. You may want to square him up a little bit from hooks to pins, but there forward, I think he's good built. He's got some extra red meat. He's a nice bull here to win this class, especially with this in single entry. We'll see him back out here within this particular drive. Congratulations, young man.
Indeed, first place in Class 16 goes to CD Orange Blossom Special 5, Mr. Cody Davis from Lake Harbor, Florida. Turn the page now, and we will move to the May through August class. There's 2 Mays and a July, Coach. There are no entries in our oldest class, 18, so we'll move directly to the drive after this.
a really good trio here as we get into our older bulls, and I think a very logical class winner. Just a moderate, super crazy thick-ended bull here that's going to win this class. It's probably one of the heavier muscled bulls that we've seen. He balances up really, really good. He still offers a nice look up front. He's not going to overpower you in terms of foot size or bone size, but just sheer red meat and muscle, and still handles himself pretty good on the move to have that much power. That's a really nice bred-known bull that Young brings us. It gets a little closer here between 2 and 3. I elected to go with the young lady's bull that's maybe just a little bit stouter in terms of feature, a little bit bigger footed and boned, maybe has a little bit more muscle, the one that's going to round out the class. But in comparison to our class winner, a little deeper in that chest, has a little bit of swelling in this right hock. We just need to square that one up from hooks to pins to get them to beat that class winner. Young man's bull that's going to end up, I prefer him the way he's designed in his shoulder and chest than the one that goes out right in front of him. But from there back, he just gives up a little bit too much in power. He doesn't have as much red meat or muscle as that one in second. And we really need to redesign that front foot, that front right foot especially. It wants to turn out quite a bit. We need to square him up to make him ideal. But a really nice trio of bulls, a nice one on that top end.
Thank you, sir. First place in class number 17 goes to 1403 KHRT Moses, Caleb Cooper from Shudrant, Louisiana. Second place to 859, Mr. C.A. Waffles. There's old Waffles is back. Bethany Amison from Mize, Mississippi. Third place to 227, Dylan Swatek from Huntsville, Texas. You drive. Won't take long to set. Cody Davis is up front with the CD Orange Blossom Special. Cody comes to us out of the Sunshine State of Florida. Lake Harbor, to be specific. Caleb Cooper with KHRT Moses wins the second class out there with Bethany Amison standing reserve.
Another nice division, and I believe this is our last division of our Red Bull show. And I think that within this division, we'll have some good representatives to come out here and compete within the drive. We talked the young man's single entry. Good bull. You know, when you get him out here, maybe doesn't have the power or mass as some down the line, but I think he's built correct at the ground. He's good in terms of his foot shape. He's level in his lines, and he's good in his joint work. He just maybe doesn't have the extra power and look as the one right behind him, but a really, really good class winner that young man brings us. The young man that comes out of class 2, moderate, really, really thick-ended bull, big topped, super thick-ended, balances up nice, and offers you a really good look up front. Young man, you're going to be our division winner pretty easily, in my opinion. I think it gets a little bit closer between our second place and within our other class winner. I feel a little safer with the joint work and the balance and the way this one's designed in his chest. So young man that wins the first class, you're going to be our reserve within this particular division.
Senior champion red bred known bull is entry number 1403 KHRT Moses, Caleb Cooper, Shudrant, Louisiana. Reserve division was your class 16 champion CD Orange Blossom Special, Cody Davis from Lake Harbor, Florida. Give us a second to get these big bulls reset, re-racked, and we'll bring you a grand champion Red Bull lineup. All right, folks, we'll get your drive set for you. The first one through the gates, BKB, Mr. Red Baron, 127 with a 1. shown by Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Our reserve division champion was entry number 2040, AJBA Mr. Rogelio 17, Claire Jalufka, Sulphur Springs, Texas. In the intermediate division, your champion was Diamond E Goldies Butters, 12 with a 2. The May calf from Racy Sewell from Henderson, Texas. Grayson Hinsey with HCC Mr. Lil John was reserve. In the junior division, Lily Larson with LGL Baron 18 was your champion. Gavin Verrett with Mr. Barrian Blaze 8 with a 5 was reserve. Kevin and Old Bull come to us from Iowa, Louisiana. And in the senior division, your champion is KHRT Moses. Caleb Cooper, Shooter, Louisiana. Cody Davis with the Orange Blossom Special was reserve.
We get to our first champion drive, so that means we got 3 more left for the day, and it's going to be a warm one with a lot of humidity, so I bet we all sweat a lot today. But I think that the heat is really good here within our particular Red Bull Bred and Owned division. And like Mr. Sartwell said earlier, the Bred and Owned is a pretty impressive deal. So I'm not going to sit here and talk each one of these drives over and over, but I think that this is a good representation of these kids' breeding programs, of what they have done with their particular cows or the show heifers that they've had, put them in production and brought you these quality products here, and how good that all these bulls are. 8 bulls are really, really nice. I think that we have an outlier out here, in my opinion. Then I think it gets pretty close for reserve. But let's give these Red Bull breeders and exhibitors a round of applause. We'll get our first champions of the day here at the last day at the All-American.
We're getting close to the last time I'm going to get to say this. Lily Larson wins a championship. Champion Red Bred Known Bull. LGL Mr. Barron 18. Lily comes to us from the Sunshine State of Florida. We will move reserve in. That's another Floridian for the reserve honors. And Caleb Cooper, who was the senior champion, will be the reserve bred known Red Bull. That's entry 1403, KHRT Moses. Caleb and Moses come to us from Shooter, Louisiana. Congratulations again, Lily Larson, who exhibited our grand champion Red Bred Known Bull. Give us just a second. Hey, don't ask if there's going to be breaks. We'll tell you when there are as we roll. If there are, as we roll. But as soon as we can get our baby gray bull class ready to roll, we're going to keep feeding him. Folks, we will take a brief break between the gray bulls and the red cows to allow our judge and our 4 champions of the red and the gray bull show to take a photograph. This will be one of those rare chances that the judge will be standing behind you and tell you which foot to move here and there. This will be your first class of the day, class number 23, Gray Bulls. If you're keeping a book, you're going to scratch a bunch of them. We moved old Zabstein earlier out of the red show into the gray show. Zabstein and Anna Gutierrez are the only 2 in this class. So if you'll scratch the first 3 in your book and then scratch the bottom one, we'll write Zab in and we'll just roll on like nothing ever happened. Class 23, Gray Brahman Bulls, calf January, February, actually all January of 2026.
Nice way to start off our Gray Bull show, and while not perfect, I think our class winner is the young lady brings us. I feel most comfortable in the way this one handles its rear pastern in comparison to one that's going to lead out or behind him. He's a little bit better out of that front knee and shoulder than our speckled bull there in second. I like this bull that wins the class. I like his length and extension. I like his levelness in terms of his lines. He balances up really, really good. And like I said, I prefer the way he handles himself off both ends in comparison to these 2. Young man Speckled Bull coming in next. I like this one a great deal in terms of just sheer rib shape. This one's really explosive in terms of his center of barrel. He has some product to him. He has some stoutness of feature in terms of foot and bone. Where we need to correct him is the way he handles that rear ankle. He just sets it down a little bit too much. We have a little bit more coarseness of joint and that rear hock. And him being this young, I just don't see that getting any better. He gets older, but on the standstill, that's a really nice bull that young man brings us. 2 good bulls to start off our gray show. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place in class 23 goes to 4GF Pole Nico, 11 over 138. Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Second place in that class goes to 668. SEC Mr. Right on Red, Zab Stein. Mr. Zab Stein, entry 668, was reserve in the class. We have 3 head here in the November-December class. Brandon LaRue is in here. Abigail Vernon is in here. And Jackson Smith is in here.
a really good trio here, and one that's complete differences in type and kind. But I think the class winner that comes to us, I appreciate his moderation. I appreciate his extra body shape, his extra muscularity, and he gets out and goes, and he has a little bit more base width than the one that's going to follow him within class. When he's coming at you, he's a little wider chested. Going away, he's a little bit wider base, and that's really the only thing that's going to sort 1 and 2. I like the extra center rib, I like the moderation, and I like the muscularity within our class winner. I'll be the first to admit I need to correct the way those rear two are designed. He wants to roll out on those rear ankles. I want to square him out there in the way that foot is shaped, but that's being pretty picky on a nice bull calf. Young lady that's got the big, growthy, long, extended bull coming in next, one that is more correct in terms of his foot shape than our class winner, and a little stouter in terms of his foot and bone, but he does give up just a little bit in terms of sheer power. Doesn't have the overall mass or muscle as our class winner. He's a little bit more elevated in his design, and you can see going away from you and coming to you. He just gets a little rope walky. I just need to just spread him out there at the base to get him over our class winner. Young man's third place calf. This one probably has a little bit more base width than the one leading right out in front of us. He just gives up a little bit in terms of sheer power and base width than some of them, but that's a nice calf there. They have to be third. Really, really nice top end of that class.
First place in class 24 goes to entry 1013, Mr. BER Top Priority, 194 with a 1. Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Second in class to 416 V6, Mr. Dirty Deeds, 120. Abigail Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Third in class to 593, Brenham LaRue from Houston, Texas. Moving out of class number 25, we have 3 head in there. We have a Jackson Smith, we have a Barry Belt, and we have an Addison Granger. 3 head between us and the Calf Champion Drive.
We're going to leave these three bulls as they came in. A young man's bull that's going to win the class. You can see from ringside, he's the biggest in terms of his center body. He's the most shapely down his top, all the way through that lower stifle. He just has the most red meat while still offering the most look. And he's good in terms of his bone work. Now, I will be the first to say, he's not the soundest bull of this trio. I want to get him out and watch him go a little bit better. And same as the young man's last bull, correct him on those rear two. But I think within this particular trio, he just offers the most product, and I think that's why he has to win this class. Long extended bull with the black points that the young ladies circle around with next. And I like the length and extension this bull has, and that almost comes as a detriment to him because he is so long-bodied. He just doesn't look as full in his center rib as our class winner, or maybe just doesn't offer as much in terms of rib shape, in terms of muscularity as our class winner. But I think that one has a little bit more length of stride. He's a little bit better on those rear two than our class winner, just gives up a little bit sheer product. Just a good bull that came out in third, maybe just doesn't offer the look as our second place bull or the stoutness of our third place bull, and gets really narrow chested when tracking to you. We just need to correct him there to get him up any higher. Nice trio of bulls. We'll get you a calf champion lineup.
Thank you, sir. Your winners in Class 25 are as follows. 1017, Mr. BER, Pride of Bullseye, 197 with a 1. Jackson Smith, Ledbetter wins your class. 1470, BKB, Mr. Wrinkles, Blackjack, 207 over a 12 was second. That is entry 1470 from Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Third place to 5628. Mr. G6 Gus Gus, Addison Granger, Iowa, Louisiana. First place out of first class was your January bull, 4GF Pulled Nico, 11 over a 138. Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Second place in that class comes to us from Mr. Zib Stein. The November champion, BER Top Priority 194 with a 1, exhibited by Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Second in class is Abigail Vernon. And from the last class, Mr. BER Pride of Bullseye 197, the October bull from Jackson Smith, Ledbetter, Texas. And second in class was exhibited by Barry Belt.
A really good lineup of our first division of gray bulls out here, and we talked that pair out of that first class, both having a world of future. Young lady, solid pattern bull, won the class because he was a little safer at the ground, a little more correct in his joint work, and he still holds true out here in comparison to some of the others. I like this one a great deal when you ask him to get out and move. Now, in comparison to some down the line, maybe doesn't have the power, doesn't have the mass as a couple other class winners, but that one has a world of future. I think that one just continues to get better with time. Young lady does a good job with them. The one that comes out of that second class, a bull that we first said we need to correct him on those rear two. He wants to roll out just a little bit, but he won because of his moderation, his extra center rib, his extra power, and it still holds true within this particular lineup. Again, fix him on those rear two, we'd have a really, really nice prospect there. The young man's second bull out of that last class there, I think that one's just big and burly in terms of shape. That one's massive down his back. You can see that from here. You can see the crease and the muscularity this bull offers. You get behind him, and he's got a ton of red meat. We also wanted to correct him a little bit on those rear two, but I still think he's the best one within this particular lineup. He's going to be our champion. We're going to follow out with the bull out of that second class to be reserved. Congratulations to this young man. Good job, Bob.
I believe we went with the big bull followed by the middle bull, which means your calf champion is entry 1017, Mr. BER Pride of Bullseye 197 with a 1, Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Your reserve came out of class 24, That is entry number 1013. Mr. BER, top priority, 194 with a 1. Another entrant from Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Congratulations. And we'll move now into the intermediate division. We move to class 28. These are our July, August coming yearling bulls. And I believe if you scratch the very top bull on your sheet, 1471, your class is correct as printed. Again, 4 Julys and an August.
one of our biggest classes in terms of numbers, and there's some sort to have to work through in the way that you place these bulls, and there's a bunch of good bulls, and they have a bunch of different good things working for them. But I think the most complete, the soundest option, and the one that's the levelest in terms of his lines, was still offering the most in terms of muscle, but this one just pretty much wins on flexibility. This is the soundest bull, this is the stoutest bull, and still offers the most look up front. Young lady does a great job of getting them shown. You can see on the way out the ring that this bull does flex off both ends a little bit better than some down the line. Young man's bull coming in second, I think most closely follows our class winner in terms of center rib, in terms of levelness down his top, and still offers a nice look up front. Maybe just not as aggressive as the way he handles those hind two. Maybe just relax them a little, and he wants to turn out a little bit on those front two. But I think that's a good bull there, and I really like the center rib that the one that's going to sit there in second has. I love the levelness up top. I love the squareness from hooks to pins, and this one that comes in third, he just gets a little bit more rigid in his movement. He's just not as flexible off those rear two, and that's what he's going to be third. But the extra squareness of build I like. I like the stoutness of feature. He's the biggest boned and biggest footed within this top three. He just needs to get out and go and flex off that rear hock to make him ideal, but that's a nice calf to be third. There's a bull here that you like a great deal in terms of different pieces, and that's kind of what his issue is here. He still just looks a little awkward, but he has some good pieces. He's flexible, he's got some look, he's got some muscularity. It just comes at you in a whole bunch of different pieces. He's a little washed out behind his hump. He gets a little elevated there in the top of that jump muscle. I just want to level him down his top, raise him in terms of elevation right behind his hump to make him ideal, because he is long body and has some product. Young lady's bull coming in next. I love the way this one handles himself on the ground. He's super smooth jointed. He just gives up a little bit in terms of sheer body and power to those ones above him, but a really good class, interesting ones at the top.
First place in Class 28 goes to 142, 4GF, Mr. Ernie, 18. Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Second in class to 950, Mr. TNC, Clovis. Baxter Whitworth from Henderson, Texas. Well, Clovis makes me think of Jerry Clower and the three brothers, Claude, Eugene, and Clovis. Third place to 1266, Cody Calhoun Jr. from the Shepherd, Texas. Fourth place went to 1102, Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Fifth place to 749, Lena Rumke from Burton, Texas. Move now to class number 29. We have two head in this class. If you'll scratch the middle one in your list in your book, we'll keep the top one and the bottom one. Born 22 days apart last June.
Another good pair of bulls out here, and we're going to use the darker bull with the spot here on his side to win the class of the young lady up front. I just appreciate his moderation, his softness, his center rib. I like the extra muscularity he carries down his top and down through that lower stifle. He just balances up a little bit better than the bull that's going to be second. I'm not going to say he's perfect in the way he handles himself on the move, but I still appreciate his muscularity and joint work. I love the length and extension of the bull we have in second. I love the elevated look he has through his front end. He just runs out of gas from there in terms of just sheer body shape. We need to soften up in that lower rib. We just need to smooth him out in that joint work a little bit, give him a little bit more flex on those rear two to make him ideal. Two nice bulls, though, young ladies. Bring us congratulations to both of them.
Placings in Class 29, first place goes to 298, JP Mr. Pole de Bocephus, Mackenzie Embach, Mayaca, Florida. Second in class to 202, ARW Mr. Deacon Manso 5 with a 5, Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. We're now to class number 30. I have two scratches for you. If you'll scratch 533 over on page 168, scratch 1015 on page 169, you'll be covered. We'll have the intermediate champion drive immediately following class 30.
A really nice group of bulls here, and there's some definite talking points within these four. But I think the bull I'm going to land on, I think is just the safer option in terms of moderation, in terms of muscularity. He's built beautifully from the side. He balances up really, really good. Young lady does a heck of a job of getting him shown. He's not ideal out of his rear hock. Give him a little bit more flex just to get him to go a little bit better. But I think that one just draws such a nice silhouette and still offers enough product when you get behind him. Young man's whiter bull here that's going to be second. I like the extra center rib and I like the muscularity, and that's what's going to sit him there. He needs to get out and go a little bit better also. You can see as he's heading out the ring, gets a little shorter strided, just needs a little more aggressive off those rear two to make him ideal. I like the balance and the look, and the young man does a great job of showing this bull in 3, and he tries to show it out of him when you ask him to get out and go. This bull's just not coordinated enough out of that rear hawk off those rear two to go up any higher. That's what's going to sit him there in 3rd. He just gets a little bit iffy on it. You get behind him, he wants to hawk in. He just is a little bit uncoordinated on those rear two, as you can see there as he's leaving the ring, and that's what puts him in 3rd. The young lady's bull that's coming in 4th, probably a little more correct in that rear foot structure, a little bit more correct in terms of that lower joint work. We just need to fix her that's on his front end. He wants to turn out a little bit, and he just gives up a little bit in sheer power and body to the 3 right ahead of him to move him up any higher. But a good, interesting group of bulls. Nice one there at the top end.
Class number 30. First place to 1766, Mr. TK Haybuck, 12. Tally Bowler, Gonzales, Texas. Second place to 1014, Mr. BER Big Boss, 155 with a 1. Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Third in class to 1016, another Jackson Smith entry. And fourth place to 1932, Leanne Kirchner from Thrall, Texas. Set you a 3-class drive now real quick. First place out of class number 28 was 4GF Mr. Ernie, 18. Anna Gutierrez, Wauchula, Florida on the halter. Reserve class champion was exhibited by Baxter Whitworth. The middle class, the June champion, JP Mr. Polbo Cephas. Mackenzie Embach from Iacca, Florida. Ada Lee Wainwright was reserve class champion. And there's Mr. TK Haybuck, 12 again. Tally Bowler from Gonzales, Texas. Jackson Smith was reserve in class. This is your intermediate champion, Gray Bred Known Bull Drive.
Another good division out here. Young lady that's got that first class winner that won our largest class that we've sorted today. Did so because she was the soundest bull. He was the soundest bull. He was the most complete. He was the levelest in terms of his lines, and he still holds true out here. He still gets out and goes really, really well, and I think he's definitely in contention within this particular division. The bull out of the middle class, a little more compact version of the one on either side. One that we said wasn't quite perfect in terms of the way he moved. Want to make him just get out and go a little bit better, but he balanced up the best, and he was just the most complete in terms of himself on the standstill. That's a good bull there that comes out of class 2. And then that most recent class winner and that dark pigmented bull just won a big class, and he did so because I think he was the most complete. He's the best looking bull that we have out here. You can just see his presence through his front 1/3. He balances up beautifully. We picked on him a little bit, want him to get out and grab the ground a little bit better, give him a little bit more flex out of that rear hawk. But I still think that's a really, really nice bull. I think there's a pretty good winner for me. He gets a little bit closer for reserve, but I think I have my main made up. Young lady out of class 3, you're going to be our champion. Young lady out of class 1 is going to be reserve. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
I believe old Tally Bowler won that one. That's Mr. TK Haybuck, 12. That was your May champion. Anna Gutierrez was reserved with 4GF Mr. Ernie, 18. You know it'll only be good if she brings one back named Bert later. You have Bert and Ernie. See what I did there? Move now into the senior division. Can't have fun at this. You ain't trying. And I haven't even gotten on them for not clapping good yet. That shall come. Your class, I believe, your book, Don't Fall Over, is correct as it is printed here in class number 33. These will be our April yearlings as we enter the intermediate junior division, rather.
Nice trio of junior yearling bulls, and I like the more compact, stouter version of the rest of them up here to win the class. He's the biggest in terms of his upper rib shape. He's the biggest down his back, stoutest from end to end, and travels away with the most base width. I'm not going to say he's the stoutest at the ground. He could be a little bit bigger footed and bigger boned, because that's going to go to the one that's in second. If we could just readjust them there on those rear two a little bit, that's a real nice bull. I like just the extra power, and that's what's going to have him win this class. Young lady's bull in second, bigger footed and bigger bone than the one that's going right out in front. Just gets a little uneasy, a little bit choppier strided when you ask him to get on the move. We just need to relax him a little bit, because everything else I like a great deal. I like his squareness of build. I just need to watch him go a little bit better. A bull that I love his smoothness aside, his center rib is probably the trio. He just gets a little frailer at the ground, a little smaller in terms of his foot, a little frailer in his bone, but I like the rest of him. From there up, he balances up nice. I just need to see a little bit more power to get up any higher. Congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Well, I lied to you. Your book's not correct as printed, because your first place winner's not in it. That is Mr. 4R Macho Man, 136. Ross Turner, entry 1894 from Laurentier, Louisiana. Second in class goes to 2223, Castle and Van Vost from Horatio, Arkansas. And third place to 691, Lily Vidrine from Riddell, Louisiana. Class 34 is a scratch class. Single entry in class number 35. Proceed to division after this class.
A nice single entry in the speckled neck bull here. I like this one in terms of balance, in terms of look. Young lady does a great job of getting him shown. He's good when you get behind him. He's got some extra shape up high and carries that down low. He's super deep twisted. He's good in terms of his foot and bone work. He gets up under himself a little bit, wants to drop his pins on the move, but the rest of that bull is really good. We'll get him out here and compare him to a couple of our other class winners and get us up a division. Congratulations to that young lady.
Placing in Class 35 is first place, the 1850 HF5, Mr. Ralph, 116. Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. We'll do our junior champion drive now. Again, that's Ross Turner through the gate with Mr. 4R Macho Man 136. That is an April calf. The March class was empty. A February 10th calf comes in second. That's HF5, Mr. Ralph, 116. Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. Here comes Miss Van Vost in with her reserve class champion out of the Aprils.
Another good division here, and a lot less in terms of number, and this is probably one of the closer divisions of the way this is going to shake out than we've seen today. The young man's bull that won the first class, we liked him pretty much from the hock up, in just terms of extra muscularity and stoutness of feature, and balances up really, really good. We wanted to change him from there down a little bit, give him a little bit more foot and bone size to make him ideal. And then the young lady with the speckled neck bull, we just wanted to give that one a more attractive hind leg, especially in a show ring setting. It's just a little unattractive when you ask him to go, wants to get up under himself. But on the standstill, that bull balances up really, really good. You like a lot of things about him. You like the extra body he has. So it's a pretty close decision in my opinion. I probably like the way that the hind leg, even though it's not the stoutest, I probably like the hind leg of our first class winner. Young lady's going to be reserved here out of our second class. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Junior champion, gray bred known bulls, 1894, Mr. 4R Macho Man 136, Mr. Ross Turner from Loranger, Louisiana. Second in class, or second in the drive, is Miss Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. She reserves it with HS5, Mr. Ralph 116. Move now to Class 38. These are Gray Brahman bulls, calved September the 27th through December the 5th, 2024, with an early November in between. On further review, your book is actually correct as printed.
Another really good trio and an outlier within this particular class, the young lady's bull up front. And you can see here, he's the softest in this center 1/3. He's the stoutest all the way through from the back of his hump to the end of his tailhead. It's a good bull, and he carries it down low. He still has some base width about him. He's still got some look up front. I'm going to be the first I want to correct the way his front hoof is shaped. I want to correct his front feet, but the rest of him is really, really good. Young lady that's back here in the back is our second place bull, and I think it most closely follows our class winner in terms of foot size and bone work and muscularity. You know, in comparison to the one that's going to walk out ahead, maybe doesn't give you the most balanced look, carries a little bit more chest in comparison to flank. We just want to give that one a little bit more center rib and balance them out to run with that class winner. A young man that's going to have the bull here in third, giving up a little bit in terms of power, in terms of weight per day of age to our other two. One that you appreciate, though, in the way that one gets out and goes. He handles himself at the ground. His foot hits the ground correctly, and it is shaped correctly. He just gives up a little bit in power to those two right above him. Really nice trio, really interesting one on the top end.
First place in the fall 2-year-olds coming twos goes to 381, Mr. LK Stop and Stare, 28 with a 4. Lily Vote from Bernie, Texas. Second in class to 792, Mr. Cash Elon, 19. Mary Lee Rank from Riolitas, Texas. Third in class to 1462, William Mac Cash Matheny from Ravenden, Arkansas. Move now to class number 39. We have 2 head in this class. If you'll scratch the second one and the fourth one, your book will be right. Folks, to remind you, we do have a concession stand open, and they are really good. They're in the South Arena, not in the North Arena, because we had to relocate them because of a water leak after day 1. If you're hungry, you don't have to leave. They're really good. They're reasonably priced. Hit our concession stand in the South Arena.
Nice pair of bulls and differences in type and kind for sure. The young lady's darker bull is a little bit growthier, a little bit taller in terms of stature, and maybe not as stout as the bull in second, but it is a little bit truer at the ground in terms of the way he handles himself a little bit better. He's a little more agile as you ask him to get out and go. He's a little more extended from shoulder forward. When he wants to stop and give you a good look, I think he balances up really, really nicely. But I think that's a nice class winner. I think that's a really close placing. The power bull comes in second. That's no doubt. You can see the extra muscularity that bull has. He has some foot and bone. When you ask him to go is where I have trouble with him. He's a little iffy off either end. He wants to kind of turn out on that front end. He's a little more compact in that front 1/3, and that's really the only differences in those two bulls, both being high quality. Congratulations, both those exhibitors.
Class 39, first place went to 11:45. RSC, Mr. Butler, 111 with a 4. Preston Shelley from East Barnyard, Texas. Congratulations, Preston. Mr. 4R Conway, 133, was second in class. Ross Turner, Laranger, Louisiana. We'll figure out what the holdup is back here. Let's get Class 40 in the ring, folks. These will be our Gray Brahman Bulls calved during the first 4 months of last year. Our only class all day made up completely of 2-year-old. You keep in your book, you need to scratch the bottom entry. Scratch entry 1718. There'll be 4 of them coming. We kind of wanted to wait to introduce him until we built some crowd today, but we've got our judge in the ring right now, be with us all day, Mr. Chad Oates from Athens, Texas. Very diverse and well-rounded background in the ring. He's been doing it for a pretty good amount of time, despite how youthful in appearance he is. He currently serves as the as a show and sale consultant for Hall's Cattle Company, 250 head cow-calf operation focused heavily on ET and the development of elite Hereford genetics. In addition to his work with that operation, he serves as the American Cattle Specialist and sales rep for SC Online Sales. You've seen his work. In his spare time, he also serves as the lead photographer for Next Level Images. You've seen him everywhere. He's the beef superintendent of the Cattlemen's Congress and serves as a junior activities director for the Junior Hereford Organization of Texas. And if you think we have interesting personalities, go put the horned and the polled Hereford cattle in the barn together and see how that goes. This man's been there and done that. Throughout his career, he's raised, exhibited, and been closely associated with many national champion Hereford bulls and cows. Among his most recent, very special accomplishment was they have the 2025 Supreme Champion Bull at the American Royal in 25 and Bred the 2024 National Hereford Show Heifer of the Year. You see him everywhere. Put your Brahman hands together for a Hereford aficionado, Mr. Chad Oates from Athens, Texas. I'm gonna bring Ryan back. Put your hands together for our judge. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Realize I can't slap on an animal and I ain't got no glitter with me, but these folks and this man right here are worthy of your appreciation. Thank you much. Clever. Senior champion Gray Bull drive after this. Again, if you have a red heifer in the early classes, she can stay in the stalls right now. She can be ready to roll. Don't bring her over until we get the bulls gone. We will take a brief break, and I will give you a time certain for the start of the Red Cow Show.
This is probably one of the funner classes to sort, and it's impressive that these young people are breeders and they have these senior bulls fed and in this kind of condition and this kind of shape when you bring them out here, especially as bred and owned bulls. And it's interesting in these top two, and I'll explain to you what I see. You may or may not agree with me, but I'm just going to tell you the one that's better footed, the one that's better in terms of his lower joint work is the one we're going to start off with. He's not the most impressive in terms of look. He's not going to overwhelm you in terms of muscularity, but he's the safest option, he's the soundest option, and he still offers all those other things. He checks a lot of boxes. Really nice bull there to win. This bull right here, this darker tinged bull, this one is pretty cool standing there. You like a lot of things about him. He's massive in terms of his foot and bone. He's stout in terms of his muscularity. He offers a super cool look up front. What bothers me with this bull is his lower joint work and his foot shape. You can see the way his pastern's designed. He gets pretty soft in it. He wants to roll out, and he's just not correct in that way, that front foot shape, and he's just not handling it right for me today. But everything else I think is pretty dang cool. That's a really, really nice bull there. They have to get beat. We just got to fix him at the ground to get him up any higher for me today. A power bull coming in third, big topped, super thick-ended, gets pretty wide when he comes at you. He's really open, and from that knee to knee, we need to bring him in a little bit there. And if you correct him there, I think he kind of holds his own. Young man's bull coming in next, similar to the one right in front of him. Big top, super thick-ended, a little softer in his rear pastern. He's a little bit narrow at the knee and gets a little bit deeper in his chest in comparison to his flank. But four awesome senior bulls, two interesting ones there at the top. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Thank you, sir. First place in Class 40 goes to 2043. AT Mr. Carney Man, 161 with the 4. Anna Kate Thomas from Honey Grove, Texas, second in class to 154. FL Sir Woodrow Manso, 28. Holden Jefferson, the Cat in the Hat, Angleton, Texas. Third place to 1883. Ross Turner from Loranger, Louisiana. Fourth in class to 1956. Reese Alexander from Ranger, Georgia. First through the gate will be our December champion bull. It's Mr. LK Stop and Stare, 28 with the 4, Lily Vote from Bernie, Texas. Second in that class is exhibited by Marilee Rink from Rialitas, Texas. The summer champion, the July bull, is RSC Mr. Butler, 111 with a 4. Preston Shelley from East Bernard, Texas on the halter. Ross Turner, head reserve class champion. And in the oldest class, that's our March champion, AT Mr. Carney Man, 161 with the 4. Anna Kate Thomas, Honey Grove, Texas, reserve class champion. Holden Jefferson from Angleton, Texas. This is your senior champion drive.
Really nice lineup of bulls here, an impressive set of 6. Let's give our exhibitors a round of applause for having a senior division of gray bulls of this quality in our particular bred known division. That's impressive. We talked that first bull in class. We like that one from his front knee, everywhere else. From his front knee down, we don't love him. We don't love his front feet, the way they turn out and the way that front hoof is shaped, but everything else is really, really good. That's being pretty particular on a really nice bull that young lady brings us. Young lady is circling around now with the black colored bull. Maybe just doesn't have the extra muscularity or look as the bulls on either side of him, but I appreciate his flexibility. I like the length and extension that he has. I like he's smooth jointed. He's probably one of the better ones in terms of his foot shape within these 6. That's a nice bull there in second. And then those last 2 bulls we talked in that particular class was pretty interesting. I told you what I saw within that class, and I thought the safest option was the young lady's bull that won because he was the most correct in his foot shape. He was the most correct in his joint work and his lower pasterns on front and rear pasterns. He handled them correctly. He's not the softest in terms of his center body, and he's not the most unique in terms of his look, but I think that's a really, really good bull. The bull he beat in class, I love that one over there standing there. I think that one's pretty cool. He's stout, he's good looking, he's arrogant, he's got power, but from his knees and front knee and his hawk down is where that bull has to be changed in my opinion. He's just not quite good enough in his lower joints and his foot shape isn't quite right. I know that's not ideal, but I need to fix that on both ends and all 4 feet. So I think there's a champion out here for me. I think it gets a little closer for reserve. I'm going to toss the priorities around. But young lady, out of our last class, you're going to have our champion within this particular senior bull division. And I feel a little bit safer only having to fix 2 front feet. So young lady, out of our first class, you're going to have our reserve division.
Your senior champion bull is entry 2043, Anna Kate Thomas, Honey Grove, Texas, with AT Mr. Carney Man 161 with a 4. And your reserve division champion came back from the December Cavs, entry number 381, Mr. LK Stop and Stare 28 with a 4, Lily Vote from Bernie, Texas. We'll give ourselves just a second to get our champion bull selected here in the gray show. Again, we will take a break long enough to take 4 pictures. To drive for you quickly, back to the calf division of the Gray Bull Show. Jackson Smith had your champion. Jackson Smith had your reserve champion. The intermediate champion, there's old Tylee Bowler. She had your intermediate. Anna Gutierrez was reserve. Ross Turner and Ainsley Ward went champ reserve in the junior division. Anna Kate Thomas and Lily Vote topped the senior bulls. This is your grand champion drive in the Gray Bred and Owned Bull Show.
Let's give our gray bred known bull breeders and exhibitors a round of applause here. This is a really nice lineup. Then we get to start into the female show here in a little bit, but the bulls have been fun to sort through. Our first division of grays, a young man had a couple of them out there, and they both kind of rose to the top, and they did so because they were the biggest in terms of their center rib, stoutest in terms of their feature, and still had enough look. We picked on both of those bulls in that division if they were grab the ground quite good enough and were quite flexible enough on those rear two to be ideal. But I think those are two nice bulls that young man brought us. Same thing to said about the young lady's black bull here. Presence and elegance and just sheer look and show ring eye appeal. I like this bull a great deal. When you get this one in motion, similar to the other one right in front of him, is there enough flex in that rear hock? I'm not quite sure, but on the standstill, this one draws you an awesome, awesome picture. Young man has a big, stout, powerful bull here coming out of the next division. He's big-topped and thick-ended. From there down, he gets a little frailer in terms of foot and bone work, and that's what I'd like to change about him. And then it kind of came down to that senior bull division for me. I thought there were 3 exceptional bulls out there, and I thought I leaned towards the one that was the best and the safest in terms of his lower joint work and his feet, and then I followed up with the one that I thought most closely followed him, and those 2 bulls are going to stay together. Those will be your champion reserve within your bred known bull division.
Your senior bulls take the day, entry 2043, AT Mr. Carney Man, graduating senior, Anna Kate Thomas, pretty good way to go on out, is your grand champion gray bred known bull. And your reserve champion is LK Mr. Stop and Stare, 28 with a 4, Lily Vogt from Bernie, Texas. We will start red cows at 10:30. 10:30. Hard start, red cows at 10:30. I'd like to ask our red champions, I think they're around. If you'd like to take your photograph with Judge Oates, you need to have our 4 champions and reserves at the backdrop. Sadie, we got them. We ready to go in class 1? Boss, you ready? If we have them all here, we can go ahead and get ready just a minute or two earlier, because the quicker that we start, quicker we find out who wins. Give us a second to make sure we get this first class lined up and we'll get to rolling. All right, folks, this is class 40E. About that bunch of stuff blow over the wall. Sorry, ladies. We'll just put them all back together. First up, class 45, bred and owned red Brahman females, calved January 5th through February 20th of 2026. Again, folks, this will be the second time today to remind you, I know the speakers are either out or your fans are too loud in the southeast barn. Probably most of the former, not the latter. Remains the sole responsibility of the exhibitor to be on time for their class. If you can't hear, make sure you got a runner going on back and forth, letting you know where we are. We are on class 45 red Brahman females. Folks, there's an ample supply of Brahman promotional materials, leftover extra All-American t-shirts from this year and years past. I know the blue light special is that the current year show shirts are $10. They are available over here in the North Dining Hall. Invite you to go over there and look. A lot of ABBA and AJBA promotional items as well. But the blue light special is on our current year show t-shirts, $10. I think all the sizes are available through extra large.
All right, a really good way to start off our Bred Known Red Brahman female show. And I think that a pretty logical class winner, in my opinion, one that is the leanest, the most youthful in terms of her look, but still offers so many positive attributes. She's the most correct at the ground. She's the softest in her center 1/3. She's a little raw right behind that shoulder, but that one's also super skinny. That one's only going to get better. I think a really awesome place to start this Red Brahman Bred Known show off with. It gets a little closer between second and third. I like the extra growth. I like this levelness of hip, and that's why this heifer is in second. She doesn't have the extra center rib or the extra look as the one that goes out right in front of her, but I like the levelness of lines. I like the way that one carries herself right out of her hip. She's a little square, and that's where she goes over the one here in third. The here in third, this one's cute. This one's big body, this one's moderate, this one's dense, this one offers a really nice look. She looks a little quick, in my opinion. I don't know if she has quite the growth as some right ahead of her. She wants to roll out of that hip a little so slightly, and that's really what puts her in third. But the extra mass, body, I like that a great deal. I think that's an interesting female to have to be there in third. One that you like a great deal from her hock up, she's beautiful in terms of her look. She balances up beautifully, similar to the one right in front of her. Big in terms of her body, and center body is really good. She's a little restricted in her movement and a little frailer at the ground. That's why she's going to sit there in fourth. A little bit stouter built one, a little bit stouter featured one coming in fifth. Just a little uneasy on that rear hock. Who doesn't really have the authority, doesn't really get out and grab the ground with enough. But I love the color pattern of that heifer. I like the breed character that she shows. I just don't know if she's quite sound enough to get that one moved up any higher. If we can fix this one right behind her hump, this one's real good. She just wants to run downhill a little bit. She's a little weak there right behind that hump. But her center body, her squareness of build, and her look is real, real good. Just power her up there. Young man coming in next, one that just gets a little bit plainer in her overall look, maybe doesn't balance out, maybe doesn't give you any of the extras as the one right ahead of them do, but that's an awesome class, awesome way to start off. Really, really nice one on the top end.
Big start to the Red Cows. First place, 1706. LGL Sprinkles Fire, won with a 6. Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Second in class to 482, V6, Miss Josie 131, Abigail Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Third in class to 1406, Caleb Cooper, Chudrent, Louisiana. Fourth to 1762, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Fifth place to 1184, Russell Bennett from Tunica, Louisiana. Sixth place to 1082, Carter Vaughn, Bell City, Louisiana. And seventh to 595, Branham LaRue from Houston, Texas. Move now to class 46. There are 5 of them in this class. These are our November, December coming yearlings.
Another awesome class here, and our top three are differences in type and kind all the way through the class particularly. But I think the one that you have to land on that just handles herself a little bit better at the ground and the way that that hoof wall hits the ground is going to be this young lady that's going to win this class. Yes, she's a little growthier within this particular trio of the top three. She's a little taller in stature, but she's long and extended, and she's just a little more correct in the way her hoof hits the ground, the way the outside hoof wall. When you ask her to go away from you, she's a little square on those rear two, and that's really the only two things that's going to separate 1 and 2, because the dark red heifer coming next, I think this one's incredible, and the way this one's built, just standing still. I love this one through her front end. I love the balance. I love the stoutness. I love the center rib. I love the extra power that she has. She just rolls out just a little bit on those rear two. I just want to fix those, make her have a little bit more authority off that rear ankle to make her ideal, but that's a really, really nice duo on the top end. Young man's heifer coming in third. This one's a little bit more moderate and a little cutesy. Maybe just doesn't have the extra look or power that the two right ahead of her, but I like the fact that this one's center body is built really good. This one's built awesome. She's just small package. I just need to see a little bit more of her to compete with the ones on either side in terms of her growth pattern, but I like a lot of things about her, and I think she very logically sits there in that third hole. Fourth and fifth, I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to swap them, but I think our fourth place heifer walking out is a slightly sounder, a little bit better out of her front knee and shoulder than the one that's going to wind up the class, and that's what sits her there. The one that's going to wind up the class, we just need to see that one get out and goal a little bit better off both ends to make her ideal. Interesting class, kind of cool ones there at the top. This calf division's going to come together nicely.
Class 46, first place to 419, V6 Miss Money in the Bank, 128, Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Second in class to 2038, CJBR Miss Karina, 112 with a 5, Claire Jalofka from Sulphur Springs, Texas. Third and fourth are back on the previous page. Third place to 946, Miss TNC Tiffany Baxter Whitworth from Henderson, Texas. Fourth place to 1231, Briar Hickle from West Texas. And fifth place to 1456, Hunter Ballard from Mineola, Texas. Now I move to class number 47. It's an October 5th and an October 29th animal, two-head. Calf champion drive immediately follows.
All right, well, I made one person happy today. I assume that's mama or grandma up there hollering, but this is an interesting pair of females. I think the one that's designed a little bit better out of her front knee and shoulder and just a little bit more authoritative on the move is this young lady's heifer that's going to win the class. I love her feminine look. I love her upheadedness. I love her presentation. She's not going to overwhelm you in terms of power. She's not the stoutest one that we've seen yet. She's not going to be the stoutest one that we see today, but she blends really good together. She's smooth-sided. She's really pretty. She gets out and she handles herself really, really good on the move. Young man's heifer coming in next, the big growthy one that's a little stouter featured than our class winner, but you can see her standing there. She gets a little forward in her knee, gets a little turned out on that front end, gets a little flatter there in the way that she's designed that holds her shoulder. She carries a little bit more chest than our class winner, but I think that that's a nice heifer to be second. Interesting duo. Our calf division will look really good here in just a moment as we get these lined up. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you, sir. Your October champion is entry 813, LNO, Miss Livy Rojo, 105 with the 5. Merritt Montalbano from Gilmer, Texas. Second in class to 1230, BH, Ms. Norma Jean, 18 with a 5. Briar Hickle from West, Texas. Momentarily, we'll set your drive for you. A reminder, all intermediate division, yearling and intermediate division red females should be in the makeup arena. Set your drive for you quickly. Let's go back to the Class 1. Your February champion was LGL Sprinkles Fire 1/6. Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Second in class was Abigail Vernon. Your middle class, the December champion, V6, Ms. Money in the Bank 128, Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Third Jalefka was reserve. And the October champion, Merritt Montalbano, with LNO, Ms. Livy Rojo, 105 with a 5. Briar Hickle was reserved. This is your calf champion, bred and owned Red Cow Drive.
We get into our first division of our red Brahman bred known female show, and this has been a fun one to sort already, so I just intend that they're going to continue to get better. What I really like about this already is our front line for sure. All of these cattle's feet are correct, their joints are correct, and all three of them get out and go, and that's impressive that we've seen, and we've got those worked to the top. And now when you get them all out here, I think structurally they're all comparable. Now you have to just sort them and what you like, what your priorities are, what kind that you want to follow through with out through the day. And there's different kinds all out here in our first and seconds. And that one that won that first class, we called that one a little green in our forerib, but that one is unique. That one's got so many cool features. That one just has a lot of pieces that I think just from here forward just continue to get better. And then the young lady's heifer out of that second class, that's a little growthier type of a female. She beat a very good one in that class. She was just a little bit more extended, and she was more correct at the ground. Now, I'm not going to say that she's more unique than the one right in front of her, but that thing is really, really good. That one's definitely in contention in this run out here. And the young lady that just won that last class, if there's enough of that one to you, that one's real good. I don't know if she has enough power, but cow look and maternal doability, that one's good. That one's center body is incredible. Her flatness of shoulder and her look up front is really, really good. If there's enough cow there to her, then you're going to land on that one. Today, the one I like, the one I think you can make more unique, young lady out of our first class is going to be our champion. Young lady out of our second class is going to be reserved. Congratulations to both those girls.
LGL Sprinkles Fire 1/6. Lily Larson is your calf champion. She came out of the January-February class, and your division reserve champion is entry 415, V6 Ms. Money in the Bank 128, exhibited by one Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. We'll move now into class 51. Your book's correct as printed. The August heifers will be the next ones in.
A really close placing in here with these two young ladies, and I'm not sure that there's one that just takes the cake, but on the standstill, I think that they sort this way in just terms of sheer power, foot size, bone size, center body, actual just mass. I think this one wins pretty easily on all those checked boxes. However, we need to redesign her in the way that she handles those rear two. She's got to get out and go better. Young lady's trying to do a good job of keeping her slow, but she needs to just handle those rear two better. She needs to set that rear pastern down. And that's where the 1 and 2 excels that our class winner. She is better at the ground and she's better moving, but there's just not enough of her. And she gets thrown out of balance a little bit and turns from chest to flank. You can kind of see she's pushing a little chest. She doesn't have quite enough body or enough power as our class winner, and that's really the only sort. But young lady, I appreciate yours and I like yours substantially better on the move. I just need to see more of her to get past that class winner.
Your placings in the August calves are as follows. First place, 1685, Miss JSL. L's important. Lady Elmo, 429 with the 5. Sadie Stibe from Maringouin, Louisiana. The U of L Raging Cajun in the fall. Second place to 693, 4V Miss Thelma, 65, Lily Vidrine from Riddell, Louisiana. Congratulations to you both. We'll move now to class number 52. Your book is correct as printed for 52. Those are the July calves.
another good pair of these summer-born females, and this young lady is going to win the class within this particular duo, and she does so with just a little bit more power, a little bit more shape. I like this one's foot and bone size. This one's massive at the ground. She's a little soft in her pastern, but she handles and utilizes it really, really well. She balances up nicely. She's up-headed. Just a nice female young lady. Does a great job of getting that one shown. Young man, I like your heifer in terms of freshness, in terms of length, in terms of levelness of spine. She gets a little more jammed up in her front end and gets a little frailer at the ground in comparison to our class winner. Give her a little bit more foot and bone and just have her a little bit wider based when walking away from you. But that's a nice heifer to be there in second. Congratulations to both those young people.
The July champion is 692 4V Miss Winona 45, Lily Vidrine from Riddell, Louisiana. Second in class 1792, Garrick Addington from Bunkie, Louisiana. Now the rings, class 53. These are red Brahman heifers born June 4th through June 28th, 2025.
Another really good class, and the two on the top end I think are very, very nice. And I now elected to go with the young lady's heifer that I think it just has a little bit more. She has a little bit more in the seat of her pants. She's a little stouter in that lower stifle. She's a little wider when you ask her to get out and track away from you. She's just got a little bit more to her. She's a little more powerful right behind her hump, and that's really the only thing that sorts 1 and 2. I wish she was a little bit more elevated out of the top side of her shoulder. I wish she was just a little more aggressive out of that front end. I just want to see a little bit more presence, but from there back, I like that one a great deal. Now, I love the front end presence of this heifer in second. I like this one's upheadedness. I like this one's arrogance. I like this one at the ground also. She just gives up a little bit from there back in terms of power. She's a little rawer right there behind her hump, and she doesn't have quite as much lower stifle as base width as our class winner, but that's a real good heifer to sit there in second. Young lady's heifer that's in third, big, long, good looking, still gets out and moves really nicely, but that's one thing that works against her. She's a little bit too big, and she just needs to kind of all come together. She needs to fill in because there's not enough quite to her to move her up any higher today. But that thing is good looking, and that thing has interesting pieces. Young man's heifer coming in next. This one is moderate, and this one is dense, and that's a low input kind of female. She just gets a little iffy when you ask her to get out and go. I need to see her get out and go with a little bit more authority, just power up a little bit more at the ground. She just gets a little frailer in her overall burn work. But if you're looking for a low input kind of moderate cow, that one there you need to turn out in your pasture. But a really nice class, interesting duo on the top end.
Thank you, sir. Your June champion was 447 LNO, Ms. Minnie Ray, 604 with a 5. Merritt Montalbano from Gilmer, Texas on the halter. Second place to 690 4V Miss Dolly 25, Lily Vidrain from Riddell, Louisiana. Third place to 1083 Mackenzie No from Gordon, Texas. And fourth to Aiden Betancourt from Edinburgh, Texas. All three entries in Class 54 are a scratch, so we'll move now to our intermediate division champion. We'll have 3 champions out here, and they are as follows. From the August class, that was won by Sadie Stibe from Maringouin, Louisiana, with Miss J.S. Barrell, Lady Elmo, 429 with the 5. Second in class was Lily Vidrain from Riddell, Louisiana. Second class down are the July heifers. That's Lily Vidrain with her first place animal in the July class, 4V Miss Winona 45. Second in that class was won by Garrick Addington. And in the June heifers, your champion is LNO Miss Minnie Ray, 604 with the 5, Merritt Montalbano from Gilmer, Texas. Second in that class was exhibited by Lily Vidrain. Lily, you're all over this thing. You didn't know you had this many friends, did you, to help you show all of them? Good job. Yearling champion up right now. If you have a red bred known cow she ain't showed yet, she needs to be in the makeup arena.
A really nice lineup here in our summer-born females, and this one young lady, like Mr. Sartwell said, she has 3 of them out here, and that's impressive to raise 3 summer-borns, get them through the summer, get them out here, and get them out here all the way to this point. And so hats off to her for getting that one done, and all high-quality individuals. Now we'll talk each one of them from class to class. The young lady that wins the first class, standing still, that one's impressive. We just got to change those rear 2 to make her ideal. She's got to get out and go a little bit better. The young lady that wins that second class, that one does get out and go really well. She balances up beautifully, and she's fresh in her look. She's a little soft in that rear pastern. I'd like to fix that about her, but I think everything else is really, really good. And the young lady that just won that last class, she beat a nice one in class because she was a little bit more complete. She was a little stouter. She was just a little bit more dense and carried that muscle shape lower. Like we said in class, we maybe want to see a little bit more presence in that front 1/3, but I still think that's okay. I still think she's the safest in terms of the way she's built at the ground. Young lady, you'll have our division champion right in front of her. That young lady will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your yearling champion is entry 447, the June champion, LNO Miss Minnie Ray, 604 with the 5, Merritt Montalbano from Gilmer, Texas. And Lily Vidrain with the July heifer was reserve yearling champion, entry 692, 4V Miss Winona 45. Move now into the intermediate division. And the intermediate division going to go fast. First three classes are all single entries with a 3 head in the 4 hole.
Young man brings us a nice single entry and one that you like in just terms of balance. And look, she gives you all of that. She's moderate. She's easy doing, low input kind of cow. Good in her center rib. She's carrying enough condition for me. If you want to pick on her, maybe just stouten her up at the ground. But everything else, I think, balances up really, really nicely. We'll see her back out here when her temporary is within her particular division. Congratulations to him.
First place in class 57 rather, the April champion, Miss CP Evie, 7 with a 5. Connor Plochet from Jennings, Louisiana. Y'all all out of whooping up there? They're all out of cheering. Moving now to class 58, this will be the March heifer.
Young lady brings us a single entry that you have to appreciate of her freshness of condition. Good balanced female, one that you saw as she came in, hits the green and glides really, really well. She flexes well off both ends. I think she's flat-shouldered, up-headed, good-looking. I appreciate, once again, the condition that she's in. We'll see her back out here within this particular division. Congratulations to that young lady.
SGR Miss Fergie 016 with a 5. Dylan Garrett, Robstown, Texas, your champion out of the March heifers. Now here comes our February calf in class 59.
Another high quality single entry young man brings us out here, and similar to our last class, just a good built one, fresh in her condition, one that balances up nicely, level from hooks to pins. Get out and goes almost good enough. Maybe you want to see a little bit more comfort off those rear two, but I think a nice single entry. Young man's doing a real good job of getting that one shown. Congratulations to him. We'll get us a lineup out here at our division.
1150, Riptide Miss Mo Rouge 07. Luke Andrews, Kaplan, Louisiana, first place. Move now to class 60. These are 3 head of January heifers born January 1 through January 27th, 2025. Intermediate champions up immediately following.
Another nice trio and some give and take within these three, but I think the one that probably balances up the best, a little bit square from the back of her hump all the way out to her pin set, is going to be the young lady that's going to lead off with. I think she balances up nice. I think she offers you enough look. You get behind her, you're impressed with how wide her pin set is. Shouldn't have any issues calving. You like that about her. I'm not going to say she's the stoutest in terms of her foot and bone, but I think she's adequate in that aspect. I'd like to see her get out and go with a little bit more authority, but I think there's something with all three of these we need to change, and I think that this is just the one that puts all the right things together, and I think she has to be our class winner. Young lady's heifer coming in second, maybe a little bit better from hooks to, right around her tail head than the one that's going to follow right out in front of her, but this one's carrying just enough condition for me right around her tail head, and you get this one on the move. She comes up a little shorter strided. She gets a little iffy and almost wants to see if she wants to limp every once in a while. And that's my one thing I would like to change about her. But shoulder forward, I love this one's head carriage. I love this one's presence. I just need to see her get out and go with a little bit more authority to make this one ideal. But a nice heifer to be there in second. Young man's heifer in third. This one just needs to be toned down a little bit in terms of condition. She's an easy doing low input one, but there is a lot of red meat there. There's a little bit of white meat covering it, so I just need to take some condition out of her, but she is still really powerful. She balances up nicely. She just needs to be some grease taken off of her and just let her get out and go a little better, stouten her up at the ground to run with those two right ahead of her. She just gets a little frailer in her bone work, but a really nice trio. Interesting on the top end. This division drive is going to line up really, really nicely.
First place to entry 260, HCC Miss Nana May. Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Second in class to 569, ML Miss Eleanor, 1/98. Madison Wall from Micanopy, Florida. And third place to 1149, Mason Andrus, Kaplan, Louisiana. Set your drive for you right now. That's Connor Plochet first through the gate. Dylan Garrett's behind him. Luke Andrus, there he is, coming on in. And Grayson Hinsey will be in the back. Miss CP Evie, 7 with a 5. SGR Miss Fergie, 16 with a 5. Riptide Miss Mo Rouge, 7. And HCC Miss Nana May, 117. From my left to your right.
Another really good lineup as we start kind of getting towards the end of our red show. Young man that wins that first single entry, you know you like that one a great deal, and just moderation, dense, good body, balanced up really, really nicely. We picked on her a little bit in the way that she gets out and goes, maybe not as authoritative off those rear two. She gets a little frailer in her bone work in comparison to a few down the light, but still a really nice single entry that he brings us. Young lady out of that second class, I think that's a really good, solid built one. She's square, she's good at the ground, and offers a really, really good look. Young man out of class 3, I like that one a great deal in terms of center body, lower rib cage. She's the softest in terms of her lower body. All of these out here, she's carrying plenty of condition for me today. Maybe want to take a little bit off of her, and we talked in class, maybe want to get out and go a little bit better off those rear two, but that's a nice, nice heifer there. And then we just talked those last two, the one that's circling around now, we like her levelness of lines, we like her squareness from hooks to pins, and we like the extra power that that one has. We picked on her a little bit and make sure we want to just get her a little bit better out of that rear hock, but I still think she's adequate enough within this particular division. I like two of them a great deal. Young lady out of our second class is going to win our division. Young lady out of our last class is going to be reserved.
That's entry 2083 as your intermediate champion cow. That is one Dylan Garrett from Robstown, Texas, with SGR Miss Fergie, 16 over a 5. Your reserve goes back to class number 60, the January champion, entry 260, HCC Miss Nana May, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Congratulations, Dylan Garrett and Grayson Hinsey. And we'll move now to the junior division. We have 5 head in this first class. Trivia time in recognition of our nation's 250th birthday. The Declaration of Independence was drafted by 5 men known as the Committee of Five. 2 of them subsequently were elected President of the United States. They each died on the 50th birthday of the United States on July 4th, 1826, within hours of each other. Who were the 2 founding fathers who signed the Declaration of Independence, became president, and died within 9 hours of each other on July 4th, 1826? John Adams and Thomas Jefferson were bitter rivals through most of their political lives. They had vastly different political beliefs, but they believed passionately in the United States. When John Adams was on his deathbed, his last words were, "Jefferson survives." What he didn't know was Thomas Jefferson had already died earlier that day. I'll have a follow-up to it, another trivia time. There was a 3rd U.S. president who died on July 4th. Who was that?
Another high quality class. So we got 5 really, really nice females within this class. And I will tell you, the only thing that sorts our top 2 is just their rear ankle and their rear hock. This one's just a little softer at the ground, and this one just goes with a little bit more authority than the one that's going to be in second. I would like to tidy up the chest in this one. She's pushing plenty for me, but I like the way she handles herself at the ground. Her foot shape's a little bit more correct. I like her look. I like her presentation up front. Now, the power powerhouse and the big-bodied one, you get behind her, that's the one in second. Still, weirdly enough, in a really fresh condition. She's probably leaner than our class winner in terms of condition, but what concerns me, you can kind of see how she's standing there. She gets a little iffy on that rear ankle. She gets a little upright. She doesn't quite handle that rear hawk good enough. But if you want a power cow, that's the one that you need to lean to. If I could just change the rear structure on those two, she wins this class, hands down for me, in just sheer power. The young lady leading out the third one there, that's a good one that handles herself a little bit better on the move out of her rear hawk than the one right ahead. She just gives up a little bit in center body. She's pushing enough chest. That's what's going to sit her right there in third. These two swap, I believe. The young man with the darker pigmented heifer comes next. I like the freshness of condition that one has. I like the way that one gets out and goes. She just gives up and just sheer power and mass to the three that lead up ahead of her. But young man does a really, really nice job. Young man coming in next. That one just needs to be redesigned a little bit off either end. She wants to toe out up front and just doesn't handle herself well enough on the go to get her a top cross those top four. But an interesting class, a really interesting duo at the top end.
Thank you, sir. Placings in Class 63. First place to 418 V6 Miss Polled Panama 101, Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Second in class to 259 HCC Miss Bayou Barbie 108 with a 4, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Grayson also had third place with entry 258. Fourth in class to 1180 Gavin Verrett, Iowa, Louisiana, and fifth place to 643 Hunter Ballard from Mineola, Texas. We have 4 head in Class 64, born October 4th through October 21st, 2024. 17-day spread.
There wasn't much whooping on that class. I didn't hear as much clapping. This is an interesting class. This is probably one of those classes that people that coach judging teams would put together because there's all kinds of cons in here and there's all kinds of talking points. But I'm going to land on the heifer that I like just her balance. I like her eye appeal. I like her just extra rib, her stoutness of feature, or in terms of muscularity. I like all that. She still offers a nice look up front. Now, I will be the first to admit she's not the most aggressive in terms of that rear pastern. We need to relax that a bit. But everything else I like a great deal. The speckled neck heifer, this one is probably the most correct out of either end in terms of structure, and I love her elevation up through her front 1/3. But from her shoulder back, she just runs out of gas in terms of muscularity, in terms of center rib to our class winner. Maybe just doesn't have the lower stifle to compare to our class winner, but I like the foot shape. I like the extra bone that she does have. I just need to give her a little bit more rib cage, a little bit more lower stifle to run with our class winner. The dark red heifer coming in next. This one is super level down her top. She's level in her lines. You like that about her. She's also a little questionable off those rear two. And the one thing that's going to sit her in third that I got to redesign is just the way she handles that front end, or terms of her chest. She's got a little bit too much chest for me. It really just throws her look out of balance for me. But from there back, I don't mind that heifer. But a nice one there to have to put third. A young man's heifer coming in fourth. A stout, moderate, easy doing one. One that's probably a little bit more correct on her feet and legs than a couple of them, but she gets a little jammed up, a little more compact. She's a little jammed up in her front end, a little shorter in her neck. She's got a little bit more chest to her, and she's a little frailer at the ground than the couple that we saw out right ahead of her. But again, that's a real nice heifer to have to be fourth. Interesting group of four. We'll see those top two back out here within our drive.
Class 64, first place to 257, HCC Miss Gator Boots. Grayson Hinsey, Brenham, Texas. Second in class to 1663, IB Miss Sophie 389, Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas. Third in class to 2037, Claire Jalofka from Sulphur Springs, Texas. Fourth place to Caleb Cooper, Shudrant, Louisiana. These heifers are born one day apart, September of 2024. Class 65 is in the ring. Single entry to follow, then a division.
Another good duo of females here. We're going to start with the more moderate representation within these two. I appreciate her moderation, her easy doing ability, levelness of lines, and she's the most correct off either end when you ask her to get out and go. Just a really nice entry that can start off this class. I love the elevation and look that this young lady's heifer in second gives us, but she's just a little bit on the big side for me. She's pretty growthy, and she's a little straight off both ends. We need to set her back in the way her needs design. We want to give her a little bit more flexibility off that rear hock and pastern, but I like the flatness of shoulder. I like the freshness of condition. She just needs to be moderated a little bit and changed on both ends to get her to win this class. Really nice one there on the top. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place in Class 65, the September champ, is Miss RF Roberta Rhino, 12 with a 4, Rep Fontenot, Welsh, Louisiana. Second in Class to 833, Miss Calendar PJ 18, Lonnie Pearl Calendar from Doosan, Louisiana. Here's your single entry. It's an August the 10th of 2024 calf. Your trivia answer, which was answered ably, James Monroe, the 5th President of the United States, died on July the 4th, 1831. James Monroe holds a spot in history. He was the only person ever to hold 2 cabinet spots at one time.
Another high quality single entry that's super fresh in her condition, and you love the elevation and look that she gives you, how feminine she is about her head and neck. From there back, she may not be the stoutest in terms of foot and bone, or maybe not have the center rib that we've seen prior, but that's a nice heifer. Really, really elegant about her head and neck. Young lady does an exceptional job of getting her shown. Congratulations to her.
First place in the August class is Miss RK Eliza 04, Aubrey DeVille from Lettsworth, Louisiana. We'll set your junior drive for you. There'll be 4 first place and 3 seconds in this drive. First through the hole is V6 Miss Polled Panama 101. That was your December Christmas Day champion, in fact. Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Grayson Hinsey had the reserve class champion. Your October champion is HCC Miss Gator Boots 106 with a 4. Grayson Hinsey from Brunham, Texas. Itty Bitty Bailey had the reserve class champion. The September champion is Miss RF Roberta Rhino 12 with a 4. Rhett Fontenot from Welsh, Louisiana. Lonnie Pearl Callender from Doosan, Louisiana was second in that class. And Aubrey DeVille won the August class with Miss RK Eliza 04. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. All gray Brahman females in class 76. You should be checked in the makeup arena. There will be no break between red cows and gray cows.
Another really good division here, and not as many numbers in some of the classes. In some of our classes, we had quite a few, and it was a fun sort. And I think with that first class particularly, it was interesting because I don't know if there was a complete outlier of the class. So the one I landed on is this young lady's heifer here, and I did so because she was the most correct at the ground. She was the softest in the rear pastern, and that's what I liked about her. She just got out and went. She's a little sluggish at going just because she's lazy, but I do think she moves really, really nicely. The one thing I want to pick on her a little bit is she's got plenty of condition on her. She's got enough within her chest. If we could just tidy her up in her chest just to kind of balance that one out. But I like everything else about her. I like her from there back, how square built she is. The young lady's coming out of that second class there. This is the power female. This is the one that's super smooth-sided. She's good in terms of her center rib. She's the stoutest all the way through in terms of muscle shape, down her top all the way down into her lower stifle. And she still offers a really, really nice look through her front 1/3. I even think she's better in her chest. She's maybe not as narrow in her chest as the one up front, but she is tidier and better there in her chest. Now, I picked on her a little bit. I want to see her set that rear pastern down a little bit better, but I think that's a really, really, really nice heifer, and definitely she's in contention out here. Young man out of that next class, I think that's a good built one, probably one of the more correct in terms of the way that that one gets out and moves out of any one of them in the lineup. However, However, I don't know if she has some of the extras. There's a couple down the way. I don't know if she's as powerful as the one right in front of her. I don't know if she's elevated and pretty about her front end as the one up at the front. So I think there's some give and take within this division. A young lady circling around next here, we just talked about this one's look. I love this one from her shoulder forward. I love her hump placement. I love the flatness of shoulder. I love the way this one's designed. All of them should be designed up through her head and neck like that. That one's up, just got such a good presence about her. She's one of those fun ones that takes cool pictures because she's always got her head up. Now from there back, she just gives up a little bit in center rib in terms of extra muscularity. I just want to soften her up in that center cavity to have her run with the other ones. But young lady, that's a good looking one, and you do an awesome job of showing her. I think it's pretty close out here. I think there are differences in type and kind with what I'm fixing to do in this division, but I am happy with what's going on out here, and we'll see them back out here in our champion drive. Young lady out of class 2, you're going to win this division. Young lady out of class 1, you're going to be reserve.
Junior champion Red Cow goes to HCC Miss Gator Boots, 106 with a 4, Grayson Hensey from Brenham, Texas. Then go back to the Christmas Day calf, V6 Miss Pole Panama, 101. Bryn Vernon was your reserve division. In the senior division, we have 2 single entry classes. Mr. Oates, we have 2 single entry classes. Let's set the drive. Let's bring both of them in as soon as we have them, ladies, and let's set the drive. The April the 20th comes through the gate first, followed by the January 24th. Your April champion is LGL Rose, 2 with a 4, Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Therefore in the back is Miss Bar in Scarlet, 10 with a 4, Gracie Nunez, Iowa, Louisiana. Basically a 90-day, 86-day spread between the 2.
Just 2 automatic class winners within this senior division. Young lady up front with the blonde hair. I like this one's extension, length of body, levelness of lines. I wish she was a little softer, maybe a little further along in production. I'd like to see a little bit more udder coming underneath her, but I do like the way that she gets out and moves. She's a little more flexible than the one right behind her in her rear hock, but I just want to see more of that one in terms of center body, in terms of interior mass. Young lady's heifer that wins the second class automatically. That one's stoic. She's got a really cool look up front, level in her lines, carries that down low. She's bigger in terms of her center body. I like that about her. She looks like she's further along in production. Her udder quality looks like ideal when she gets into production. She's not the most ideal in the way that she handles her rear hock, but today she's going to suffice for me. So you're going to be our division champion. Young lady up front is going to be reserved.
Entry 1174 is your senior champion, Red Bred. Low. Miss Bar in Scarlet, 10 with a 4. Gracie Nunez, Highway, Louisiana, is your senior champion. Your reserve senior champion is entry 2028, LGL Rose, 2 with the 4. Test, mic test, test, test. All right, we all figured out how many friends we have. We got all the calves covered now. Calf champion is entry 1706. Come to us from Lily Larson. First heifer of the day to walk through the ring, LGL Sprinkles Fire, 1 with the 6. That's a February 20th, 2026. Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas, had the reserve calf champion. Your yearling champion was entry number 447, LNO Ms. Minnie Ray, 604 with a 5. Merritt Montalbano from Gilmer, Texas. Second place, or reserve division, was entry number 692, shown by Lily Vidrain. Lily comes to us from Riddell, Louisiana. Intermediate champion, the middle one out there, is entry 2083. That's SGR Miss Fergie, 16 with a 5. Dylan Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Grayson Hinsey from Brunham, Texas, had the reserve division. When you go to the juniors, Grayson Hinsey had the champion. That's entry 257. HCC Miss Gator Boots, 106 with a 4. Grayson and the cow come to us from Brenham, Texas. Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas, had the reserve division. And your senior champion was Miss Bar in Scarlet, 10 with the 4. Gracie Nunez on the halter out of Iowa, Louisiana. And our reserve division champion was Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida.
Really nice lineup of red bred known females, and similar to our both bull drives, the quality has been really, really good. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of similar faces that we've already seen showing bulls, bringing out some top end heifers. I think that this is a really, really good lineup, and there's differences all the way through in type and kind, and I had to judge as how they bring them to me and what they look like. You know, that calf division was interesting. I think those two right there are pretty good, and I think those just continue to get better. I think there's a world of future in both of those. If it was me and I had enough money, I'd try to buy a couple of those and see if I could get them to the end. I think those are very, very nice animals. You know, there's some down the way that are a little further along, a little more ready, a little bit more show day ready, because we do have just a couple of little heifer calves that are super green in their makeup, but really, really good. That next division was an interesting division. We put the most complete heifer to win, so she's not going to overwhelm you in terms of look, but shoulder back, that one's built really nice. And then the next division, our third division there, was an interesting division. We have a little bit of everything within that division, but the one that came to the top is the one that's built the best at the ground. That's the one that's built the best in terms of its bone work and its joint work, and she just gets out and goes really, really well. My favorite part about that one is that one on the move. She just gets out and she flexes, and I like that a great deal about her. She's not the craziest necked or the most unique in terms of her build up front, but I think that one's built really nice. I think that's a good female. The young lady coming in next with the power cow, that one's big backed and super thick ended, and still fresh in her condition, and still has a really, really nice look up front. We picked on her, and I'm still going to pick on her. So we just got to see her set that rear ankle down just a little bit, and I'm coming at her right now. Maybe she just has a little bit of shoulder in comparison down the line. But if you want a power cow and you want one that's still fresh in her condition, that is one that you're going to lean on. And then our senior champion out back, that one's a really nice female. That's a big, growthy female, up-headed, good-looking, has a lot of positive attributes. I don't know if she's the most flexible off her rear too. To get out here, a couple of those ones that are up in front of her, but I think that's a really nice female within that particular division. I'm going to look one more time, and I'm going to get you a champion in reserve. I really didn't know what I was going to do until they came back out here, but I feel comfortable with what I'm going to do. Let's give these red breeders a round of applause, and then we'll take a short picture break, get our grand in reserve real fast, and then we'll start our gray show.
Grand champion, great. Oh, look at that. We went with the third division and then the first division. Your intermediate champion is your grand champion bred and owned cow. That is Dylan Garrett with SGR. Miss Fergie 16 with a 5. Dylan and Fergie come to us from Robstown, Texas. And Lily Larson with the baby down on the end. One more time, Lily Larson, Okeechobee, Florida, with entry 1706, LGL Sprinkles Fire. I don't know if Sprinkles and Fire necessarily match in a name together, but it works for her. Folks, it's 11:52. We'll start up about 5 minutes after noon. We do need, we got some gray babies that ain't here yet. Class 76 and Class 77, y'all need to come to the makeup arena and check in. It's one thing to be there, it's another for people to know you're there, or they'll just keep calling your name. All right, folks, more or less on schedule. We are hurtling headlong into the gray bred and owned female show. This is class 76, bred and owned females calved in the first 2 months of this year. These are the January and February calves. Age range, scratch that. They're all Januaries. They're all born between the 1st and the 19th.
Really nice class winner over here with this young man's going to lead off with the spot-sided heifer. I think she's just the most complete in terms of the way she gets out and goes. She's ultra flexible. She stays true in her spine. When you ask her to go, she's soft in her center 1/3, and she still lays in nice enough through that front shoulder. She's not the most unique built one there in terms of her hump placement or the way that she extends out of her front end, but from her shoulder back, I think she's the safest place to start, and I think she has to win this class pretty easily. Young man's darker tinged heifer. I like the extra power that this one has. This one's big back and really, really thick-ended. And I love this one's front 1/3 in terms of head carriage and presentation. I just need to relax her in her spine. She wants to roll up. She wants to drop her pins. And she's not as stout at the ground as the one that goes out right in front of her. Just give her a little bit more foot stoutness at the ground, a little bit more foot and bone. Relax her in her spine. She easily wins this class. But those are the things that I see that we need to change on her. Young lady's heifer in 3rd. This is one I would take a chance on. I think this one's built ultra good. This one's super cool in her lines. She's level from the back of her hump all the way through her pin set. She's elevated in the way that she shows up through her front end. She's good on her feet and legs. She's just super green, but I think she has all the pieces to make a good one, and I think she has to work her way up to the top or in those top 3 pretty easily, just because I think she's a super good built one, and I think that one has a world of future. Then you got a big power one here that the young lady brings from her shoulder back. I like this one. I think that this one's stout, wide pin, big back, super big in terms of her center 1/3. Shoulder forward, we need to fix a little bit. She gets a little open at her blades, a little bit coarse about the way that shoulder loads in her. She just looks a little bit more masculine about that front end and head, and I want to just make that look a little more feminine about her. Young lady's heifer coming in next, one that's still trying to figure things out. Good cushion at the ground. I just need to see more of her. Elevate her pin set to make her ideal, but a nice heifer. Young lady's dark tan colored heifer here. I think this one has some really interesting pieces. I think she's just figuring things out. I think she's a little sleepy out here today. I think she'll be more alert and show off a little bit better because I do like the extra muscularity and rib shape that one has. We just need to see her get out and go and just look a little bit more presentable out here. Nice class to start with. We'll roll right into our second one.
Places in Class 76. We had an added entry, that's 1942 Levi Larson, and he was first. LML, Ms. Check, please. Second in class to 513, Bowen Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Third place to 1857, Laney Bedenbaugh, Lake City, Florida. Fourth place to 902, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Fifth place to 126, Savannah Remy from Bay City, Texas. And sixth place to 1058, Terry Self from Gilmer, Texas. Moving down to class number 77. It looks like there's 4 in here. They range in age. They're all born within 7 days of each other in November of 2025.
Our heifer out here with black points is going to win this class. And on the standstill, I love this one a great deal. I love this one's elevation of front end. I like her Neville-less nines. I like the extra muscularity. She balances up beautifully from the side. She has the correct shake to her lower stifle. She's got some lower rib. When you get her out in motion, I want her to take a longer stride on those rear two, but I think there's enough wrong with a couple of the other ones down. I think that she has to win this class in just sheer balance and eye appeal. The power heifers coming in next. I love the muscularity in the body and still has enough look. Just gets too frail at the ground for me, gets up under herself and wants to knuckle up on those pasterns. I just need to fix her there, and I just don't think she's correct enough there to beat that one that wins the class, but I do like a lot of things about her. I think that's a stout one. I think this one here that comes in next is probably as good built a one at the ground as the two ahead of her. I think she's better at the ground and better at her hawk than first and second place, but there's just not enough of this one today. I think you just give this one time, this one feed. I like the lines that she has. I like the levelness that she has. She's just a little flatter. I just need to see more expansion in center rib because she's got all the right pieces. There's just not enough of her. A young lady that's going to follow out moderate easy doing one is carrying a little bit of pone. She wants to roll on those rear two as she walks away from you. We just need to give her more of an attractive back leg set to make her ideal. But a nice class winner, interesting class there. We'll keep rolling into our next ones.
Yes, we will. 1659 won that class. I've been waiting for this one to happen. We got Jackson Smith on Jackson Smith violence at the top of the class. Jackson without an S wins the first one. That is Miss J.S. Pole Marble Money. That Jackson is from Maringouin, Louisiana. The one with the S was second. That's entry 1011. Miss B.E.R. Pridefully Yours, 192 with the one. With the S comes from Ledbetter, Texas. Third in class went to Miss Lindsay Bush from Beeville, Texas. And fourth place to 282, Hannah Lusnar from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Now working on our Octobers, we have 4 head in this class. They are born from October 3rd through October 28th, 2025.
Really nice class here, and I think that's an interesting one to sort, but I think the one that has to come to the top of the class is our speckled heifer here. I think she's the biggest center rib, the most impressive when you get behind her in terms of back shape, carrying that down into her lower stifle. She's not going to overwhelm you with power at the ground, but she uses it all correctly. She's flat-shouldered. She gives you a nice look, nice heifer to start off with. Complete opposite end of the spectrum is the one we got second. This one's just a little bit rounder, sound round and low to the ground. Is that what they say? This one's moderate, big-bodied, and stout. She's just not as attractive or flat-shouldered as the one that's going to go out right in front of her, and she doesn't quite utilize that hind leg exactly right. But I like her doability and her moderation. Young lady's doing a nice job with her. The next two, I think, is a close placing here. I elected to go with the one that just gave off a little bit more look through her front 1/3. It's a little bit more correct out of its front knee and shoulder. There's not enough of her in terms of muscularity or body in comparison to the two that are going to lead off. She just gets a little flatter, but I like a lot of things about her. I like her angles. She's a little bit better out of her knee and shoulder than the one that's going to wind up the class. If we could set this one's back in her shoulder and the way she handles that front knee, I like a lot of things about her, and maybe just power up behind that hump because she just gives out and get a little washed out there. Nice class of 4. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your October champion is entry 1823, Diamond E. Pepper Ann, 5/29, Brooklyn Logan from Henderson, Texas. Second place was back on page 149, 1679, Miss J.S. Lisa's Lady, Lady B, 441 with a 5, Briley Fairchild from Maringouin, Louisiana. Third place to 1097, Trace Trent from Anderson, Texas. And fourth place to 401, Sarah Siska from beautiful Sealy, Texas. Moving now to class 79, last class of the calf division. We got 3 of them in here, born between September 4th and September 15th.
interesting trio here, and we got a big growthier one here that's going to win the class. The reason that this one's winning the class is because I like the flatness of shoulder, I like the elevation, I like the look that this one gives you up through her front end, and she offers a nice sweeping rib cage. She's maternal in her overall build. She's not going to overwhelm you in terms of foot and bone size. We need to relax her in that little ankle, that rear ankle, just a little bit to make her ideal, but I think this one draws a really, really nice silhouette. I love her freshness of a condition. Young man does a nice job of getting her shown. I like a lot of things about this heifer in second. This one's stouter featured. She's square from hooks to pins than the one that's going to lead out in front of her. She gets a little off there from shoulder to forearm. She's a little open in her pointed shoulder, but the one thing that concerns me, she's pretty soft in that rear pastern. I just want to bring her up just a little bit because her dew claws are wanting to hit the ground just a little bit, and she wants to always kind of sit back and never really relax. I just want her to rock forward all the time, and I think that's a really, really nice heifer. I just see a few issues with her, and that's what's going to put her in second. But I love the extra stoutness of feature. I love the muscularity, and she's a little bit moderate, but I think that she's really nice. And young man, you have a nice one too, a little frailer at the ground in terms of foot and bone, and maybe doesn't have the overall power as the one right ahead of her, but that's a nice one. I think that that's a good project for that young man. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
September champion is 725, Miss TR's Rainy 995. The pole cow comes to us from Caston Tip from Shiner, Texas. Second in class to 702, DMD Miss Pearl 124 with a 5. Mackenzie Driver from Winsboro, Texas. Reese Alexander from Ranger, Georgia was third. Let's set your drive for you really quickly. Levi Larson's up here in the front with LML Ms. Check, please. Second in that class was, here he is, Big Bowen Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Your November champion comes next. That's Ms. J.S. Polled Marble Money. Jackson Smith from Maringouin, Louisiana. Second in that class was exhibited by Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. The September champion's up next, October champion rather, that's Diamond E Pepper Ann 5 with a 29. Brooklyn Logan from Henderson, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by one Briley Fairchild, Maringouin, Louisiana. And the class just concluded. Caston Tip won it with Miss TR Rainey 995, Mackenzie Driver from Winsboro, Texas Reserve. This is your calf champion bred and owned gray cows.
A nice lineup here in our first division of our gray show. A young man circling around, won a big class, and he did so because it was the most complete animal of the group. We really appreciate the extra center rib she had at this stage of the game, and just the levelness of lines and the way that she handled herself on the go. We talked about her in class. She's maybe not the most ideal in the way her shoulder's built and her hump placement. You may want to just lay that in a little better, tidy her up there in her shoulder and give her a little bit more look up front. But from her shoulder back, that's a really nice one. Young man with the black tipped heifer here, standing still. That one draws you an awesome silhouette. Beautiful, balanced, a good design through her front end. You like everything about her. She's super square. She's tidy in her underline. She just gets a little iffy on those rear too. We need to get a little bit more authority there out of that rear hock to make her ideal. And then the yellow speckled heifer, you know, from her hip forward, you like that one a great deal. That one's big bodied, big back, flat shouldered, and good looking. Hip back, we just want to elevate her pins a little bit, give her more of an attractive hind leg, and she's not the stoutest in terms of her hind leg, but it all utilizes itself really good, and it goes out and handles herself good on the move. And then we just talked that last class, the young man that won it. We like that one a great deal in just terms of maternal look, capability, breed character. I think it's a pretty obvious winner in my opinion. That one's going to be your champion out of this division. We're going to follow out with that one second to it. Even though different, I think it's the second and best quality. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
And we will keep the September calves together. That's Miss T.R. Rainey, 995, entry 725 from Old Caston Tip from Shiner, Texas is your calf champion, bred and owned. Reserve champion was your reserve class champion out of class 79. Entry 702, DMD Miss Pearl 124 with a 5. Mackenzie Driver from Winsboro, Texas. All right, folks, in your book, you have a Class 82. After check-in, we no longer have a Class 82. These will be your July calves. There'll be 3 of them, born the 1st, the 7th, and the 8th of July last summer.
A really interesting trio here and a class that you kind of wonder how's it's going to shake out when they walk in, and then as they walk out, this is what you have to lean towards, in my opinion. And the one that's built the best structurally is this young lady's heifer that we're going to lead off with. She's not the biggest bodied, she's not the thickest ended, but she's the most correct at the ground in terms of her foot and bone work. I like this one. I think she balances up really nicely. I think from hooks to pins, she's really, really square. She's powerful right behind her hump. She's not the most elite in terms of look, but when you ask these three cattle to get out and move, she's the one that moves the best. She's the one that tracks to you with the most width, and she's the one that walks away with you correctly with the most width, and that's what's going to sort these three. Young man's heifer coming in second. I like this one's elevation. I like this one's look. I like this one's head carriage. This one's really narrow in her chest. I want to just split her, or blow her apart a little bit there. She comes at you pretty narrow, and she just it's hard to get a good look at her, but I don't know if she quite handles those rear two ideally, but I love the extra body shape. I like the length. I like the build, and I like a lot of things about her. I just think she gets a little PC in my opinion. I just want to redesign her out of that front knee and shoulder. The power heifer's coming in third in terms of center body, in terms of shape. I like that one a great deal. She's not the prettiest to look at, but there's a lot of cow there. The one thing that puts her in third, you can see as she goes out and goes away from you, she just doesn't have the most attractive set to her hind leg. And you get behind her, she comes in at the hock and then throws them out a little bit. So if we could just square it at the ground a little bit better, it'd make it help her out just a little bit. But so what sorted that trio was just structure alone, because all three on the standstill are high quality animals.
Your placings in the July class, your champion was 152 for GF Lady Daisy 17, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Second in class to 945, Mr. Baxter Whitworth from Henderson, Texas. Third in class went to 1512, Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. Move now to the June yearlings. We have 4 in this class, 4 times the money. They are born between June the 3rd and June the 22nd. Folks, it takes a lot of volunteers, judges, paid staff, a whole bunch of things, our expo partners to make this thing go. But there has been one constant for the last several years. Papa, thank you for keeping our arena clean. It is a blank kind of job, and he is very good at it. Man has a servant's heart, and thank you for sharing with us.
another good group of 4, and I think the 2 on the top end of this class have some trade outs, but I'm the most comfortable with this young man's heifer we're going to lead with that has the stripe down her back. I just like the look that that one offers up through her front 1/3, and then from there back. I think she has the maternal capabilities to go out and make a production-oriented cow. She's a little weird kind of coming out of her shoulder, and I think it's because she's hesitant of everything that's going on, but I love her from her shoulder back and just the way that that body shape is made. I love her from the behind her hump all the way back. She's level, she's correct at the ground. She's not going to overwhelm you in terms of power, but she's good built, she's fresh, and she has an awesome look, and young man does a good job of getting that one shown. Young man that's coming in second, this is a really, really nice one to have to put second, and this one might even be a little bit better behind her hump than the one that's going to lead right out behind her. But this one's a little bit on the taller side for me. I would like to moderate her just a little bit, soften her up in that center 1/3, and relax her in that shoulder just a little bit. But I like the extra muscularity she has. I like the levelness of lines. I like the way she gets out and goes. That's a nice heifer there that young man brings us. I think it's a close placing here, 3rd and 4th. I like the extra center rib that the one is going to be in 3rd, and I like the extra flexibility on her rear pastern, and that's what's going to put that one 3rd. The one in 4th just gets a little jammed up in her overall makeup, gets a little questionable on the way she handles those rear 2. I just want to see her with a little bit more authority, a little bit more flexibility to move up any higher. But 4 really nice ones, interesting one at the top.
And that interesting one is entry 723, Miss T.R. Dusty, 993, cast and tip from Shiner, Texas. Second in that class, went back on page 151. 729, RDH, hey there, Delilah, 68 with a 5. Jet Gillespie from Bocoshi, Oklahoma. Third in class to 670, Mr. Zybe Stein, Bartow, Florida. Fourth in class to 1311, Sophie Dennison from Iowa, Louisiana. Move now to the May heifers, which will conclude our yearling division. We have 7 of them. They are born from 5'2" to 5'28". They run the gamut of the month. Yearling champion up next. Class 88, 89, 90, y'all should be in the makeup arena.
one of our biggest classes in our gray show, and I think the quality is good. And we're going to start with this young lady who's darker tipped heifer here. I like this one a great deal in just presence, eye appeal, and balance. And on the standstill, I think this one's pretty cool. Similar to a bull she showed earlier, just kind of has all the right pieces. She's good in terms of her body shape, level down her top, thick-ended, has presence. Maybe you want to pick on it a little bit and let her get out and go a little bit better off those rear two, but that's being ultra picky on one that I like a great deal. And it gets a little challenging here in second and third. The young man brings us another high quality one that I just want to change the way she handles herself out of her front end. She wants to kind of paddle off that front end, get a little uneasy every once in a while. I just want to redesign her there and just give her more look up front, because from there back, I think that one's really, really nice. He's brought us yet another high quality individual. Young man coming in third, stout, thick-ended one, just like he's brought us all day. He likes them powerful. He likes them dense and soggy. This one's just a little bit more opened up in that chest. I just want to tidy her up there. Want to give her a little bit more aggression when she wants to go and walk. She just is a little frailer at the ground. Young lady's black tipped heifer here that's coming in next. I think this one has some interesting pieces. I just don't know if she has the wow factor or the extra length and extension up front as a couple right ahead of her, but I love the way she's designed on that rear pastern and hock. I love the squareness of build. I just need to change her from her shoulder forward to make her ideal. Same being said about the coming in next. This one's stout featured, big footed. You just have to fix this one in the way that she comes at you. You can see how open she is in that front knee. She needs to be corrected there to make her ideal, because she's fresh and she balances up nicely. This one here, probably one of the better built ones in the group. This one just needs a little more groceries and a little more time. This one's shoulder and front end is incredible, and this one at the ground is really good. There's just not enough of her to work her higher up. I just need to see more of her. She just needs a bit more time on feed because she's built good. A little plainer one that has a little chest. It's a little uneasy on those rear two. She just gets a little out of balance, and maybe just doesn't have that show ring eye appeal. Really, really nice class. A nice one up there on top.
Your placings in Class 85, the May Heifers. And again, we're building a drive right now. First place to 1763, Miss TK Remy 11, Tylee Bowler, Gonzales, Texas. Second in class to 728, Cast and Tip, Shiner, Texas. Third place to 1008, Jackson Smith, Ledbetter, Texas. Fourth place went to 141, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Fifth place, last time around the barn for Callie Sanders from Maringouin, Louisiana. Sixth place to 1945, Leanne Kirchner, Thrall, Texas. Seventh place, Sarah Rightan, Plainville, Texas. Real quick, here's your yearling drive. Again, there were no August heifers. Your July champion, exhibited by Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Old Baxter Whitworth had the second place animal. Your June champion was exhibited by Cast and Tip. Reserve class champion by Jet Gillespie. And the class just concluded, again, went Tylee Bowler, Cast and Tip, 1-2. This is your yearling champion drive.
Another high quality drive out here, and just 6 animals out here. And I think some of these classes we had some of our bigger numbers in, and I think the qualities run deep. And I'm not gonna lie, there's not any 6 of these that look the same, but I think they're all high quality, and I think they all deserve to be back out here where they're at. The young lady up front, she led off that trio because she was the soundest option of the 3. She's the most correct in terms of her foot shape, the one that got out and went the best, that had the best, the just got out and handled herself the best on the move. She's level down her line, or level down her top. She's good in her lines, and she still offers you a really nice look. I don't know if she's the most elite in terms of anything, but that's a really, really good built one, and I think she won that class pretty easily for me. Interesting one coming in next, and that's what I called her earlier, was interesting because she's kind of just, she kind of has this strange arrogance about her. I love the way that she gets out and she cocks off, and she's a little bit uneasy about everything, but she's a really nice show heifer. I like a lot of things about her. I think she balances up beautifully. I love her center rib. I love her maternal look. She's not going to overwhelm you in terms of foot and bone. We could stouten her up a little bit there, but she utilizes everything correctly, and once she relaxes and goes, I think that's a really good one. The darker tinged heifer coming in next. This one's a little bit stouter. This one has a little bit more meat and muscle mass, a little bit more center body than a couple down the line. Similar to the bull that I said that she showed earlier, she's got to just handle that rear hawk a little bit better, but I still think that is a very high quality, very, very well shown individual. I think there's some give and take, and I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to go either way, and I'm not going to lie, my champion reserve within this particular division are not going to look the same, but I like them the way that I do. Young man out of the second class is going to be your division winner. Young lady out of the third is going to be reserved. Congratulations to those two.
All right, all right, all right. That's Miss T.R. Dusty, 993. Entry 723 from Caston Tip is your yearling champion, and your winner out of Class 85 is a reserve. That is entry 1763, Tylee Bowler, with Miss T.K. Remy, 11. We're now into the intermediate division, class number 88. We have 4 April heifers, all born in a 9-day span, April the 19th through April 28th, 2025. It'll take us a second. We got to re-rack some kids that were in the drive who've got calves in this class. Remind you, we're still scanning in better beef. Every animal 10 to 16 months of age is eligible for scanning. There's fabulous bootjack prizes and such, but also the honor of knowing you have either the highest scanning, the highest retail product, biggest ribeye area, the best marbling cow and or bull in the deal. Not open to F1s, all Brahman cattle, bulls, heifers from 10 to 16 months are eligible. They're scanning in the South Ring.
Another good group of yearling females, and the young man's heifer that we're going to start with, I think, is just the one with the least amount of holes. I think when you ask them to get out and go, I think she handles herself the best at the ground. I think she's the most attractive in the way she keeps that spine put together. She's level from the back of her hump all the way down to her pin set. She doesn't offer all the good-looking things up front, but she's a good-built, sound one. I think she has to win this class. Young lady coming in next, I think one that was kind of hard to get a look at, and from her hip forward, I think she's really good. I prefer the look that she offers up front. I think that one's really nice through her shoulder, her head, and neck placement. She's good from the back of her hump all the way to her hip. She just gets a little out-horsed there. She wants to drop those pins and get a little bit underneath herself. If I just want to redesign her and give her a little more attractive hind leg, but they are utilized really good. They work really good. I just want to see a cooler looking one, but that's a nice heifer to be second. Young man coming in next. This is the complete outlier of the group, but she's a little plainer for me. She's got a lot of extra skin here in her chest and her neck, and she just doesn't, I think she's going to be a great cow. I just don't know if she's the show cow of this group. I appreciate the extra stoutness of feature she has, but I just don't know if she puts it all together in a nice enough package for me. And she gets a little bit get bouncy when you ask her to get out and go. She kind of wants to get a little shorter strided, but I like the extra power that she carries. Young lady's heifer coming in next, a little frailer at the ground, just a little basic in her build, maybe just doesn't have the overall wow factor that the three ahead, maybe just doesn't have the look up front, and when you ask her to get out and go walking away from you, she wants to get a little bit rope walky and roll out on those rear too. But another really good class. Congratulations to the top end.
The April champion is Miss TNC Buttercup. Baxter Whitworth from Henderson, Texas. Second in class to RW Flat Rock Annie 78. Ainsley Hayes from Glen Rose, Texas. Third in class to 727. Oldcaston Tip from Shiner, Texas. In fourth place to Addison Tullis from Pasadena, Texas. Move now to a big class. We got 10 March heifers in here, ranging age from the 1st to the 25th. We got some scratches. This is your class, Coach. Anna Gutierrez family, your ticket to return to Florida, also known as your health paper, is on the announcer's stand. Hey folks, the show's almost over, but that doesn't mean it's time to start being bad neighbors. If you have your calves in somebody else's bought and paid for pen, you need to go get them out. There's two ways to get them out. One way you'll like, one way you will not. Please get them removed. Folks are trying to get their day set and they need to be able to get to their pens. These are pens that are here underneath this north pavilion.
Another high quality class, and I think all of these are of extreme quality, and this is the deepest class we've had yet. And I think there's an interesting ones all the way through 5th, 6th, 7th place within this class. But I elected to land on our darker tinged, red tinged heifer here. I think she's the most correct in terms of everything. I think she's really good on the move. She balances up beautifully. She's stout. She's got some rib. She's a little stouter featured than the one that's in second. She's a little bigger footed and a little bigger bone, and that's really the only reason that that one's going to win this class over this 1 and 2. There's just a little bit more of her today, and I think that one's a really good one, and I think that one handles herself really good on the move. Young lady has a beautiful one here. Again, she's brought good cattle all day. This one's really good looking up front. This one's soft in her center 1/3, and this one gets out and moves very well. She just doesn't have the extra foot and bone that the one right ahead of her does, and that's the only difference in the first and second, is that one's just a little bit stouter at the ground. But that's a real good female right there, a real fresh in her condition. Young lady's heifer coming in third. This is the best third place heifer we've had all day, and I like this one a great deal for the fact how elevated she is through her front 1/3, how she balances up beautifully. Similar to the one she showed before, she gets a little camped out. She wants to rock back. She just doesn't quite hold her shoulder and front knee exactly like you want her, and she wants to overextend that back leg when you get her on the stop. I just don't know if I get a correct look at her, but she's stout, she's fresh, she's big body. I just want to fix a few things about her, and she just got in a really tough class, and like I said, that's a tough heifer to have to put third. The young lady's heifer in fourth, big body, thick-ended, just doesn't have the wow factor of the three right ahead of them, but that's a good one there in fourth. Again, that's a very high quality fourth place heifer, and we could just give her a little bit more look and elevation up front. She'd run there with the right three. Young lady brings us a good sound one here, just a little plainer, just a little jammed up in her front 1/3, just got carrying a little bit of pone. I just want to get her, take a little bit of condition off of her to make her ideal. Young man coming next, big featured one, and just doesn't quite move right enough for me. We need to readjust her on both ends, redesign the way she handles herself. Young lady's given up a little bit performance in terms of foot and bone. We just need to see more of that female to move that one up the line. Again, really good class, really nice type 4.
Your placings in the March calves are as following. First place, 295 LGL Sprinkles Sugar, 6 over a 5. Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Second in class to 1764, Miss TK Ellie Mae 10. Tylee Bowler from Gonzales, Texas. Third place, in her last trip around the barn, graduating senior Mackenzie Driver Winsboro, Texas. Fourth place to 790. The cow's name is Frida Bell, and I just like saying that. That's Mary Lee Rink from Riolitas, Texas. Fifth place to 2080, Dylan Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Sixth to 1583, Drew Grazafi, St. Francisville, Louisiana. And seventh to 276, Abigail Bro from Bolton, Mississippi. Move now to class number 90. These are bred and owned gray females, calved between February the 3rd and February the 24th, 2025. You have 5 head in this class, 4 head following, then their intermediate drive.
Really nice class here, and an interesting class winner. One from her shoulder back I like a great deal. I love the extra center rib. I like the stoutness of feature. I love the way she handles her hock, her hind leg, and her pastern. She's stout from end to end, and she still offers a nice look all the way through. I like where her hump placement is. There's the one concern. I don't love the way she comes at you. She comes at you a little wide in her knee. She wants to kind of roll that front leg in. I need to square her up there, tidy her up about that point of shoulder. But that's a good heifer. I think she wins this class pretty handily. I like this young man's heifer next. I love the freshness of the condition this one's in. I like the extra center rib and body and the length she has. She just gets a little out of kilter when you ask her to move. She gets a little tangled up on those rear two. She just doesn't have a super attractive hind leg. We just need to make that a little cooler on her to get her across that one that's going to lead out in front of her. Young man in third, big, stout, powerful one. Huge feet and legs. They just aren't utilized correctly. She just doesn't get out and go with enough flex off either end. We need to relax her in her knee and shoulder. We need to give her a little bit of go out of those rear two. One that goes a little bit better next, but just doesn't have the overall wow power. She gets a little uneasy out of that front shoulder. She wants to come at you a little bit bouncy, but I like the center rib. I like the length of body. The young lady that's going to conclude the class, probably a little sounder option than the one right ahead of her. There's just not enough to her. She's just a little greener in her overall makeup. Doesn't have quite the mass and body that the ones that exceed her in class do, but a really nice group. Really interesting one on top end.
And that interesting one was 2045 ATLCC Lil Debbie 236 with a 5. Anna Kate Thomas from Honey Grove, Texas. Second in class to 1347 RW Cupid's Autry 74. Paul Bernard Hayes the 5th, Glen Rose, Texas. Third place to 646 Mr. Cole Tesh from Kinney, Texas. Fourth place to 1995 Mia Portillo from Deltona, Florida. And fifth in class to 1457 Kayla Matheny from Ravenden, Arkansas. Let's run a class of 4 at you right now. Your book is correct as it's printed. Intermediates. Intermediate drive follows this class. If you have a bred-known gray cow and she has not shown yet, you are cordially invited. Truck on over to the makeup arena.
Another good class of heifers here, and I think the darker tinged heifers, I think they work their way to the top, and just sheer quality and show ring look. They're both comparable in movement. I'm not going to say that one moves better than the other. One just has a little bit more attractive look while doing it, and that's the lighter heifer here up front. And I think this one's just a little bit more extended, a little flatter in her shoulder, and it's just a little leveler down her spine. She's just a little square built from her hump all the way out through that tail head, and she's not the best on those rear two, but like I said, I think our first and second places are comparable in movement. I just like the squareness and easiness of spine in our class winner. Young lady's heifer in second, the stouter version of the one right in front of her. This one's got a ton of power and mass. I would like to see her a little freer moving and just relax her in her spine, and that's really what's going to split those two, is she just needs to kind of relax. She needs to go. She just gets a little prancy out here for me. I just want to see her go a little bit better, and then she would definitely win the blue ribbon in this class. Young ladies heifer in 3. On the standstill, I like a great deal. I think this one moves nicely too. She's flat-shouldered, she's up-headed. She's just a little flatter made. She doesn't have the overall power, overall center rib, and softness of rib that the ones that are in 1 and 2. But that's a good built female, really, really good footed, really good movement. Young ladies heifer coming in next. This one is really big backed and super, super thick-ended, big footed and big boned. With all that, we just need to reconstruct her in the way she moves. She gets to moving just a little off kilter, off both ends. She needs to be set back in that knee and shoulder, and she needs a little bit more extension off that rear hock to make her ideal. But if you want a power cow, that's the one that you're going to lean on. Again, a really nice class. Congratulations to those 4 young ladies.
Thank you, sir. Your January champion is Claire Carleen from Kaplan, Louisiana, with Paradise Island's Miss Hollywood. Second in class to 255 HCC, Miss Cajun Croissant, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Third place to 694, Beth Boone from Port Lavaca, Texas. Saley Dennison from Highway, Louisiana was 4th. Let's set your drive here for you in your immediate show. Go back to our April champion down here to my left, your right. That is one Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida, with what's the calf's name? Oh, Sprinkle Sugar. You're exactly right. There's your April calf. That's TNC Buttercup. 943 is the entry number. Baxter Whitworth, Henderson, Texas. Ainsley Hayes was 2nd. There's Old Sprinkle Sugar, 6/5. Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida, was the March champion. 2nd in that class was exhibited by Tylee Buller. The February champion was ATLCC Little Debbie, 236/5. Anna Kate Thomas from Honey Grove, Texas. Reserve class champion was Paul Hayes. And the class just concluded the Januaries. Your champion came to us from Kaplan, Louisiana, Claire Carleen, Paradise Island's Miss Hollywood. Grayson Hinsey, and her last trip around the barn is reserve division.
Really nice lineup here in our, I believe, junior year intermediate division. Young man's first class winner won a class that just because she was the most complete and the soundest of the group, and she balanced up really, really nicely. And she does that same out here. She's not going to overwhelm you with look, but from her shoulder back, that's a good animal. Young ladies heifer coming out of that next class, the darker heifer. I thought that was a good one. That was the deepest class we had all day. There were 4, 5, 6 in that class that could have easily taken the blue ribbon and held their own within this particular division drive, but I think this one was the highest of quality, did everything right, and she still does that when you bring her back out here within this particular division. Young lady that wins that next class, we like this one a great deal from her shoulder back. I think that one's built really, really good on her rear skeleton. I think that one's super wide pinned, thick-ended, big backed. She has enough rib shape, and she has some look up front. My one concern with her is the way she handles that front knee and shoulder. She wants to kind of roll in on you. I need her to fix that to make her ideal. And then the young lady that won that last class, that was a close pair, and we sorted those just a little bit more on squareness of build and relaxed spine. I still want to see both of those move better to make them ideal. They both need to go out and grab the ground a little better. But I thought there was a pair of them that came out of our deepest class. That's going to be those 2 young ladies right there. They're going to be champion reserve within this particular division.
Let's go back to that March class. That is LGL Sprinkle Sugar, 6/5. Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. The day is not over yet. Second place in that class is your reserve division. That's Miss TK Ellie Mae 10. Tylee Bowler, Gonzales, Texas. Move now into the junior division. We've got the Novembers and Decembers. We have 5 head that are born between, they spread out all over from the 2nd of November through 2 days after Christmas.
Another nice class here in our senior division, and the one that's going to surface to the top. She's not the craziest in anything, but she's the best at the ground. And the way that you get out and move, she handles herself the best on the move, and that's what sorts her to the top, is just sheer structure. She's the softest in her rear pastern, and she still has a lot of good things going for her. She's the most correct in her front knee and shoulder. She's not going to overwhelm you in terms of power, but she does still have a nice look. I would like to give her a little bit more foot and bone and overall muscle expression in comparison to some down the line, but I think that one wins on structure alone. Nice effort there to win this class. This one I like a great deal standing still. This one is good looking, and this one is a freaking truck. You can put that one inside of this one. I'll tell you that all day. But similar to a couple we've seen, we got to see this one handle those rear two a little bit better. You can see the way she hits that rear foot. She hits her heel first and then rolls up on her toe. She just doesn't quite handle herself good enough on the move. We just need to redesign the way that those feet are shaped to make her ideal, because the power animal, she is. If you're about pounds and you're about that, this one takes the blue ribbon. But today, she's just not sound enough for this guy that has the mic, and that's what's going to put her in second. The one in third, shoulder back, this one's incredible. This one's the best in terms of her foot shape on her rear two. She's the best in terms of her rear angles and her hock. She's good balance. She's super fresh in her condition. Her one downfall, and the why she's sitting in third, she gets a little narrow chested. She comes in real bad there at her front knee, so she comes in real narrow and toes out. If you could just fix that, she easily wins this class, because I think everything else is really, really good, and that young lady does an awesome job of getting her shown. A big power female coming in next. We just need to redesign her structurally. She gets a little piecey. She's a little open in her shoulder, a little raw right behind her hump. She just needs to handle herself a little bit better off both ends. And then one coming in next, a little sounder version than the one right of her head, just not as pretty, just a little plainer through her front 1/3, just gets a little flatter all the way through, a little frailer at the ground, and that's where she's going to be for me today. But really nice class, interesting top trio, kind of an interesting one there at the top, and we'll kind of see her back out here in our senior drive.
This will be a single entry class. Quickly, our November through December placings. First place to Miss A.S. Maya, 128 with a 4. Allie Thane from Lavernia, Texas. Second in class to 1007, Jackson Smith from Ledbetter. Third place to 1309, Sophie Dennison, Iowa, Louisiana. Fourth place in his last trip around the barn to Cole Tesh from Kenny, Texas. Fifth place to 699, Denver Driver from Winsboro. Here's Mr. Chad to talk about class 95.
A nice single entry here, and young lady brings us in. She's brought us good cattle all day long, and I swear she's drawn the wrong classes and sat behind some really, really good ones, and I think she knows that. But she comes out here, she gets to win this class. This is a good one in terms of freshness of condition. This is a nice built, balanced one. She's not going to overwhelm you in terms of power, but a really good one and very, very well shown one. We'll see her back out here in this particular drive.
First place to my friend Mackenzie Driver from Winsboro, Texas, with DMD Miss Elvira, 116 over 4. If you're keeping a book, 96 is up next. You got two head. Scratch the first one, scratch the third one on your list. It'll leave you Trace Trent and Holden Jefferson.
A really nice way to start this class. There's only two, but I think this one surfaces to the top pretty easily. And just sheer mass and body and power. I think this is a good animal. I think she's still fresh in her condition. She's elevated through her front 1/3. I think she handles herself good on the move. She's not the most attractive in the way she handles her back leg. She gets a little bit underneath herself, but she does get out and cover her track. We just may want to give her a little bit more, a better, cooler looking hind leg to make her ideal. But that's a really good female there to win this class. Young man coming in next. We just need to stout this one up at the ground in terms of foot and bone, but everything else is really nice. I think she's level in the way she's built. She's flat shouldered. She's up headed. She's incredibly fresh in her condition. She's got enough center rib. We just need to see a little bit more foot and bone to get around that one that's going to win the class, but that's a really good one there to sit second. Congratulations to that young man.
Class 96, the September class, first place to 155. Love FL Lovely Lady Geraldine, 28. Holden Jefferson, the cat with the hat from Angleton, Texas. Trace Trent was second in class with entry number 1096. Let's close out our junior division on class 97. We have 5 head in this class, July the 15th through August the 27th. 3 Julys, 2 Augusts.
We get into these senior yearlings, and you can see that all 5 of these definitely haven't missed a snack. I think there's plenty of feed put into these. I wouldn't want the feed bill on any of them, but I think the freshness in terms of condition and the most correct in terms of the way she gets out and goes is this young lady up front in the hat. This is the fresher one, still offers the most in terms of center body, still level in terms of her lines. I want to fix her front end structure. She wants to turn out on those front 2 a little bit, but I think within this class, she's the most correct. She's the freshest in terms of her condition, and I think she has to win this class. It gets a little closer between 2 and 3, and I'll tell you what I see in these 2. The only thing that's sorting 2 and 3 is condition. If we took the condition off of that one there, that one's pretty chubby. She's just easy doing, I understand. I'm easy doing too. If we took a few 100 pounds off that one, she rolls out of the gate with the blue ribbon, but that's why she's there. So young lady, the reason you're in second with that one, she's a little bit fresher in terms of condition. The reason you are in second too is because she's a little bit too big for me. I need a moderator to make her ideal, and that's why I like this young man's a little bit better in terms of moderation, extra power, and stoutness. This is one that you turn out in the pasture, and she probably stays fat at all times. I just need to see her a little bit sleeker, a little bit trimmer all the way around to move her up, but that's a really good one. That's one of the biggest bodied females that we've seen out here all day. Young man coming in next, I like this one a great deal in terms of freshness. You probably are one of the fresher ones out of the group, and I appreciate that. You maybe just don't have the look or the power as some right ahead, and that's why you're going to sit there where you are. Young man with the darker tinged heifer, that's a stout-ended one. We just need to elevate her in her pin set and give her a little cooler hind leg to make her ideal, but a really, really nice class, interesting top pair. Congratulations to all those kiddos.
Class 97, first place to 167. FL Ms. Bambi Manso, 27. Leighton Joe Jefferson, Angleton, Texas. Second in class to 515. V6 Miss Susie Q88. Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Third place to 671. Zab Stein from Bartow, Florida. Fourth in class to 2213. Cody Davis, Lake Harbor, Florida. Fifth place to 972, Colby Joe Koshin from Wharton, Texas. Let's set your junior division drive right now. To my left, your right. That is Allie Thane. She has Ms. A.S. Maya, 128 with a 4 on the halter. That's the November champion. They come to us from Lavernia, Texas. Second place in that class exhibited by Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. The middle entry, the right-hand middle entry, is DMD Miss Elvira, 116 with a 4, shown by Mackenzie Driver, Winsboro, Texas. The left-handed middle entry is FL Lovely Lady Geraldine, 28, shown by Holden Jefferson, Mangleton, Texas. Trace Trent here on the back row with the reserve class champion, and your July-August champion was FL Ms. Bambi Manso, Leighton Joe Jefferson from Angleton, Texas. Reserve class champion was Bryn Vernon, Sulphur Bluff, Texas. This is your junior champion, Bred No Drive. All yours, Coach.
Another high quality lineup, and similar to the ones we've had, a lot of differences throughout in terms of class winners, but I think all of them are of high quality. Young lady that won that bigger class, that first class, she did so because she was the freshest in her condition and she was the soundest on the move, and that's what she looks like out here. You can tell she's the leanest of the entire group. She's the most elegant about her front end and head. She looks the most maternal in her overall build. She's not going to overwhelm you with extra power in terms of foot and bone or muscularity, but she's smooth, she's fresh, and she's really, really good looking. She beat a nice one in class, a power cow that just wouldn't sound enough for me, and that's why that one that portrayed in that class. A young lady out of this next class, that's another good one, good looking one, and not going to overwhelm you in terms of power, not the softest in terms of her center 1/3, maybe just doesn't have the flatness of shoulder as the look right ahead, but still a really, really good one. Young men coming in next, one with a little bit more of a powerful build, one with a little bit more extra foot and bone in comparison to the two right ahead. Still offers a nice look, nice bodied, good in terms of muscularity. We talked and picked on her in class. We want to give her a little bit more attractive hind leg. She's got it, utilizes it correctly. It's just not the most attractive when you ask her to get out and go. A young lady that won the last class back there in the cowboy hat, from her front shoulder back, that one's really, really nice. She won that older group because she was the freshest out of all of them, and she still holds true there. She's still fresh in her condition. I appreciate that. She's still good in her center rib. She's still level in her lines. She's up-headed. We have to correct that one at the ground on terms of her front end. She wants to come in pretty bad at her knee and toe out. I need to readjust that, and so that just makes me a little uneasy on her. If I could fix that, I think that's a really high-quality individual. I think it actually is pretty close within this particular division. I think there's one that I think will fit in the lineup that we have coming out, and I think there's an easy reserve for me, and I think it'll be fun for these young people to bring them back out here for this Bred Known show. The young lady up front, you're going to have our champion. Young man out of Class 3, you're going to be reserved.
Junior champion cow is 2048. Miss A.S. Maya, 128 with a 4. Allie Thane from Lavernia, Texas. Your reserve is Holden Jefferson with FL Lovely Lady Geraldine, 28. Mackenzie Driver, it's been a lot of fun. Congratulations to Allie Thane and Holden Jefferson. And we in the home stretch now. Up is Class 100. You got 4 of them coming your direction, calved May and June of 2024.
Four really nice heifers, and I think a pretty logical place to start for me, and I'll explain why. I think when you put these cattle in motion, this one sets herself apart from the rest of them. She's the most flexible off both ends. She's the most correct in terms of her foot shape. She's one of the fresher ones in condition, and one of the other things that sets her apart from the rest is she's a little softer in her center 1/3, and she actually looks like she might calve here soon. It looks like she's starting to make somewhat of an udder. She looks like she's a little further along in gestation, so soundness, freshness, and further along in gestation, I think she wins a blue ribbon pretty easily for me. Young man, I think yours most closely follows her in terms of freshness of condition and getting out and going. Yours is super sound, similar to our class winner. She gets out and handles herself really, really well. She doesn't have the extras that our class winner does. I'd like to see a little bit more udder development on her at this stage of the game, and I just want to see a little bit more of her to beat that one out front. But that's a good fresh one that handles herself really, really good on the go. Young lady coming here, another high quality individual, one that's just a little too chubby for me. And I think if we lean this one down, she'd get out and go with a little bit more authority. She gets a little shorter strided, a little timid on those rear two. But the main thing is we just need to freshen this one up, and that's what's going to put her in third. The young man coming in fourth brings us another high quality entry, similar to one he showed a couple back. Big, stout-ended one with a ton of red meat. Maybe just gives up a little bit in overall look in terms of foot and bone and in terms of farther along in gestation. I want to see all of these a little bit further along in calf at this stage of the game, and that's why that one wins that class pretty easily for me. Congratulations to her.
And the her is Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas, entry 1664 with IB Miss Darcy 385. She's first place. Second place to 1492, Miss KB Reba 05 over a 4, Colt Kamich, Brunham, Texas. Third in class to 163, Quinn Paget from Grand Chenier, Louisiana. Fourth in class to 1095, Mr. Trace Trent, Anderson, Texas. Move now to the next to last class of the day. Class 101, we got 4 of them in here. We got a March, skip a month, 3 Aprils.
We get into these older heifers, and it's nice to see these cattle either with one on the ground or definitely one almost on the way. And I think that's what's going to give the advantage in this particular class within these top two, is that this young lady's heifer already's got one on the ground, and it's a good one. That's a really nice baby. The udder quality on this female is impeccable. I love the condition that she's in. If you want to pick on her, square up a little bit from hooks to pins, but that's a really good cow. Congratulations for getting her bred on time, getting her calved out with a high quality baby and a really, really good udder. Young lady coming in next, this one's about to calve. You can see the udder shaking down. Udder quality looks like it's going to be exceptional in this one. This one is massive in terms of her center body, and what is really impressive with this female is when you ask her to get out and go. She's so flexible on those rear two. She's just going to go out and do her job as a mama cow. The only thing that got her beat today, if she had a calf that good on that side, she wins this all day long. But young lady, that's a really, really good one there. Congratulations to you. Young lady coming in third, you just got in a tough class. You had two that were either in production or very, very close. I'd like to see this one a little bit closer to gestation, but I like the extra power this one has. This one is massive in terms of her build. She's on the big side. I'd like to moderate her a little bit and just give her a little bit more look, but that's a really, really good one. Young lady that's going to round out our class. One, I'd like to see an extra center rib, see if we can get her a little further along in calf to compete with those ones on the top end. But again, a really, really high quality class. It's going to be a fun division that's going to come out here in a little bit.
Class number 101, first place entry 789 to Miss Cash Eleanor 18 and her baby. Marilee Rank from Riolitas, Texas, your class champion. Second in class, the 1346 RW Flat Rock Ella 61, Ainsley Hayes, Glen Rose, Texas. Third place to 1144, Preston Shelley from East Bernard, Texas. And fourth place to 956, Bristol Smith from Gilmer, Texas. We down to the last two, folks. 2 times the money. They were born 3 days apart in 2024. February, to be specific.
A really nice duo here, and the young man's going to take the blue ribbon in this class because you can see from here she's a little further along in calf. She's starting to shake down and udder. I like that, the fact that she's further along in gestation. She's still fresh in her makeup. She's still built good. I like that about her. She's super flexible. That's not the craziest, most unique one in terms of look, but that's a good built female that I think is going to be a good production-oriented female for that young man. Young lady coming in next. This one's a little bit cooler looking, a little higher headed, a little more elevated, a little more reserved in the way that she's built through her head and neck, and I like that. I just need to see this one a little bit further along, give that one a little bit more attractive back leg to run with that one right ahead of her. But that's a really, really good one to be second. Congratulations to both those exhibitors. I think we're about to bring in our final drive, our final division drive before our grand drive. So I hope everybody's either tuned in or ringside because it's going to be a fun grand drive that these young people bring us.
Agreed. Placings in class number 102. First place to 672 SCC Raleigh Polly Zabstein from Bartow, Florida. Second in class to entry 135 AP Heartbreaker, one with a 4, Addison Tullis from the Get Down, Pasadena, Texas. Let's set your senior drive for you here. The May-June champion was 1664 IB Miss Darcy, 385. Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas. Second place in that class was Big Colt Kamich. Colt. There you go, bud. From 102, the March-April champion was Miss Cash Eleanor, 18. Marilee Rank, Riolitas, Texas. There's Ainsley Hayes from Glen Rose, Texas. Second in that class. Big Zabstein with SCC Raleigh Polly right up there. He's from Bartow, Florida. So's the cow. Addison Tullis comes to us from Pasadena, Texas, with our reserve. This is your senior drive.
Another really good drive, and I think we have some high quality individuals, and I appreciate the fact that within this particular senior drive that the ones that have elevated themselves or made their way to the top are the ones that we see a little further in gestation or in production already. So hats off to these young people for getting that done, because that's not an easy task, trying to keep these show heifers fresh and get them bred and calve on time. But I respect that. And young lady out of that first class, that one's going to close very near her second birthday. You can tell with that. You can tell the udder's already starting to drop. And the one thing that elevated her in that class is her freshness. That thing is super ultra fresh and still has a ton of body. She's level. She gets out and she goes very well. And you can tell she has a really nice udder when that one's going to be in production. I think that's a very nice female within this particular division. Young lady that had the pair, she won a really nice class and she beat a really good one in class because she was in production already and she's doing a good job in production. She's got a really nice calf at side and she's got a really nice udder underneath her. I picked on her a little bit and I'm still going to pick on her. I just need to elevate her in that pin set to make her ideal. You elevate that one a few inches in her pin set, I don't think there's even a competition within this particular division. Young man that won that last class, a big power cow, one that you can see is also making an udder, so she's going to calve here soon, you hope. And I like that one from her shoulder back. She's not going to overwhelm you in terms of just look, but I think that's a really, really nice one. I actually think this is a pretty close decision in my opinion, and I think there's a couple of things I would change about each one, but I think the one I feel safest using today, young lady circling around, she's going to have your senior champion. Our pair's going to be reserved. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
Your senior champion is entry 1664, Itty Bitty Bailey, with IB Miss Darcy 385. Reserve senior champion is entry 789, Miss Cash Eleanor 18, and child Mary Lee Rank from Riolitas, Texas. Congratulations, Itty Bitty and Mary Lee, and let's roll around and set us a champion drive. Let's set the drive for you now on the Grand Champion Gray Bred Known Cows. Let's go back to our calf division on my left, your right. That is an entrant, I believe, from one cast and tip. That's Miss T.R. Rainey, 995. Mackenzie Driver had our reserve calf champion with DMD Miss Pearl, 124 with a 5. Now we'll go to our Yearling champion, was another cast and tip entry. Miss T.R. Dusty, 993. Ollie Bowler had reserve division with Miss T.K. Remy, 11. Then in the intermediates, in the true middle of the bunch, there is Lily Larson with LGL Sprinkle Sugar, 6 over a 5. She was our intermediate champion cow. Tylee Bowler also had the reserve division in the intermediates. Then your junior champion was Allie Thane with Miss A.S. Mile, 128 with a 4. Holden Jefferson was reserve in the division. And then, of course, there at the end, we had Itty Bitty Bailey and Mary Lee Rank go 1-2 in the senior division.
Let's give these kids a round of applause here within this particular Bred and Owned show. It's been a fun one all day, from our beginning, our Red Bull show, all the way to our champion gray female drive. I think this is impressive. The Bred and Owned show, in my opinion, is more important because these are ones that the kids raise. Anybody can go buy one, but these are ones these kids raise from old show heifers, from grandma's farm, however it worked, they got them to here, and that's really impressive. So in my opinion, the most elite thing to win is the Bred and Owned show, because you raised that animal, and so hats off to all you kids that brought one out here today. And if you're not still out here, that's okay. You just keep trying, because there was some high quality cattle that walked out the ring. The ones that I like today, they're still out here, and it's been a fun one to sort through. Now, I know the guy judged yesterday. I don't have a fancy pink coat. I don't have any glitter. I'm a little more reserved than that guy, but it has been an honor. Like I'm assuming he was yelling at y'all yesterday, from what I've heard, about not clapping enough. I know we don't have any stands full of people because it's the end of the show, but let's give these kids a round of applause. Let's give the AJBA a round of applause. And I'm sure he gave a more eloquent speech than I did, because he is a little bit more well-spoken. I wasn't fortunate enough to grow up in this. I wasn't fortunate enough to do livestock judging, so I don't have a bunch of fancy terms. So I just go out here and try to tell you kind of what I like and why I like one better than the other. And I think that I can try to do that to the best of my capabilities, so I hope that you can understand me when I'm talking. But it is an honor that I was able to come out here and judge this Bred and Owned show. It's impressive, the quality of kids. I've been out here taking pictures. I've been back there taking pictures. I know some of these kids. I know a lot of the people ringside, and this is an awesome breed. I know that sometimes not everybody thinks that, but the leadership is good here. The people out here, the junior board, and the kids in these red shirts are impressive. We have a pretty good junior board in our Hereford group, but this Brahman board smokes our Hereford group, in my opinion. So you need to give a round of applause for the junior board and their leaders, because that's a hard thing to do, is to get these kids here and stay out here and work. I appreciate the people that stayed, that are still out here supporting these young people, because these kids deserve it. They work as hard as anyone else. They've been working hard out here all week. I know it's the end of this. I know they probably have a banquet to get to tonight. I know we're going to get done in pretty good time, so it's still early. Everybody has time to change and get to their banquet, but it has been an honor for me to come judge. I appreciate everyone, whomever turned my name in. I appreciate the board for voting me through. It's been a fun one. I hope I get to do another one day. I appreciate the fans. They've been supportive, and I hope that everyone watching live feed has really enjoyed this show. And I'm not going to sit here and talk every one of these. I think they're all really, really good. I think they differ in type and kind. There's a couple of them that hit me when they first came in, and they stuck to me, and I still think that they rise to the top. They don't look anything alike, but I think they're both high-quality individuals. So once again, let's raise the roof with the 50 people that we have left in here, and let's give these kids a round of applause. I'll go out there and get you a champion in reserve.
Put them together for Mr. Chad Oates, too. What a wonderful job. And I know who really thinks. Lily Larson thinks you're the best judge in the world right now. Lily Larson with LGL, Sprinkle Sugar, 6 over a 5. Here comes Tylee Bowler in for reserve. Congratulations, Lily, on one whale of a junior career. Your yearling champion, Mr. Caston Tip. Old Dusty. Congratulations, Caston Tip. Lily Larson and Caston Tip, folks. Two juniors at opposite ends of their show careers, both of them very decorated. Folks, that puts a wrap at 2:15 in the afternoon. Chad Oates, thank you very, very much. What a great day with you.